Thank you. Yes. Ready.
We good? Okay, so, call to order for the December 17th last meeting of the year, the calendar year for the Town of Hideout, Town Council meeting. And let's take the pledge of allegiance, please. Pledge of allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So, we'll do a roll call next. I don't think Bob's on the line, but if you're on the line, Bob, do you see anybody? You see Mr. Nadelberg? No. Okay. I think Chris is on the line. Chris?
Here.
Carol.
Here.
Here. Jonathan.
Yep.
Okay, well, the first order of business, there are a couple of things here. The public input is number one. So Glynis, you want to stand up and introduce yourself? And
Glynis Stefanski, Shoreline. I would like this comment on the proposed planning commission rules and regulations included in the minutes of this meeting. Jonathan Gunn has every right to express concerns about the planning commission's proposed rules and regulations, but doing so by emailing a select group of Hideout residents and through the newspaper was, in my view, disappointing and disrespectful to the planning commission. The planning commission simply asked the town council to consider their proposal. The memo to the mayor and council included with the proposal stated, and I quote, "The planning commission reviewed proposed rules and regulations which they adopted at their September 18th, 2025 meeting. In reviewing these rules, they suggested some code changes. Nothing was demanded." The attached table showed what 15 other Utah cities and towns had adopted to provide precedent for our proposal. In 14 of 15, the planning commission's selects its own chair and vice chair, with only one having the mayor make that choice. 9 of the 15 include the with or without clause or similar language for dismissal of planning commission members, and 6 out of the 15 did not. In fact, our proposed language mirrored Park Cities and Salt Lake Cities, so did not seem out of line. The mayor and town council have full authority to modify the proposed rules and regulations before including them in the town council. Going forward, any differences should be worked through in discussion rather than through one-sided public grievances, which divide the community and reflect poorly on Hideout. If allowed to continue as planning commission chair, I will always welcome input from town council members. The planning commission is a recommending body that serves the mayor, town council, and residents for the betterment of Hideout, and constructive discussion will only make Hideout stronger. Thank you.
One of your facts is dead wrong. I did not reach out to the media. The friends of Hideout reached out to the media, and the media called me while I was on vacation in Europe. So let's keep the record clear.
Okay.
Hey, can I have a comment there as well, please? So,
Chris.
Jonathan, why do you feel a need to reach out to people like that in that manner around the council? Are you attempting to campaign in a way against something that's in or at least in a public meeting? I'm sorry, with respect to the rules of order and procedures. What's your intent, and why are you doing that?
I'm sorry, Chris, you're breaking up quite a bit. I only caught bits and pieces of that. Try it again.
With these types of emails to whatever mailing list you have related to town business. When you're a sitting council member, and these kinds of items should just be discussed either directly with members of, or, in a public meeting setting such as this.
I think you finished there. I don't want to interrupt you. Okay. I communicate with constituents in a manner that I choose appropriate. Okay, the residents need to know what's going on in this town. And one of the ways they find out is from their elected representatives.
Well, I'm going to recommend to the future council that you guys, and put this in the record, please, create some rules around comportment members and, how they communicate and conduct themselves as council members. So using your email to send email to, I didn't even know about this until the friends of email forwarded it to me anonymously. I don't know what you're doing within. It's not right. Talk about things in public, face to face, with the planning commission, instead of doing the weird campaign of putting your thumb on the scale for whatever going on, in your head about grievances are.
I only caught bits and pieces of that. You communicate with your constituents in the way you choose, and I will do the same. But I'm not going to let anybody step on that First Amendment right. And that's all I have to say.
Well, there is something, just to comment before we go on to anyone else that has comments. There is something in our code which talks about how we work with one another, and I'm not sure if we need to bring that up now, but we'll maybe in the future. To your point, Chris, comportment. So okay, any next comment? Anyone else online? Okay. Public input was open, now it's closed, and we'll move on to our first agenda item. And that is, and actually, I have a couple of comments before we go into the first agenda item. One is to just say thank you to a few people. And that is Kathleen Hopkins, who's online here. Kathleen, thank you so much for your attention to duty and your contributions to the town and to the trails and to everything else. Kathleen, I think you're still on. So I just want to recognize you and all you've done as an employee for the town. To really appreciate that. And there's one other person here. JD is also leaving. We have something for Chris coming up here in item number 3, but in the public comment, I also wanted to recognize JD for his, short, but, very conscientious tenure since, I think it was July, and for your contributions to the council. So Kathleen, thank you for your years of contribution to the town and for all you do. And JD, the same to you. Thank you. Okay. So first item is to talk about and consider the possible extension or amendment of the interlocal agreement with the Wasatch County Sheriff's Department. So Sheriff Rigby would be here. He was scheduled for the last meeting since we canceled it. He just texted me and just said he can't make this meeting because he's at the Wasatch County Council meeting, but he will be here on the 8th. However, we need to vote on the extension because otherwise we won't have police coverage as of January 1. So can you move down into the agenda items, Maria, and just pull up the ILA. So a couple of things I want to say about the agreement. There is a roughly 5% increase in charges for mostly COLA, charges going into next year. So there was a bit of an increase, for inflation and for some other things, but it roughly averages out to about 5% on our $80,000. And I just talk about this a bit. I want to make sure that we are operating with the Sheriff's Department in a cooperative, collaborative way. And when we talked about the agreement, Jared and I, Sheriff Rigby and I, did take a drive through town, and we identified a number of the key critical spots, including Bellevue, Ascent Drive, where we put some of the digital signage up, 248, coming into Ross Creek. So we spent about an hour driving around, and he has offered to us to have a policeman operate out of here part-time, meaning out of town hall. We would have to provide them an office space. And we do have an office space from when the original police operation was managed by the town. Jen was filling me in on some of that. So we do have a space over, which has a separate door and entrance, which is, so anyway, Sheriff Rigby said he's looking for a satellite location. And I said, Sheriff, if we can do it, we'd love to have some police presence in town. Secondly, he said, would you mind if we parked our car in town, in your lot? And I said, go for it. We'd love to have your, a county car, parked here as long as you want. And it provides him the benefit with the fact that the policeman can just drive in here, pick up the car in the morning. They have to drive from the Heber area and take that extra amount of time. And so that's the level, I think, of cooperation we like to move forward with. And there is an increase in the 5%, but I think it's well worth it if we can get that kind of cooperation. So you have the ILA agreement, Maria, I believe.
I do, yeah.
I think I just covered some of those in terms of the cost differentials. Are there any questions or comments?
What is the average amount of police roaming around Hideout on any given day? Do we know?
I don't, honestly. So I think that would be, so Jared's gonna show up, Sheriff Rigby will show up for the 8th. Yeah, like I said, he couldn't make today because of our rescheduling mostly. So I would suggest if we have questions for the sheriff that we put them together and you can either send them to me and we'll make sure they're on the calendar for the next meeting. No, I don't know. I'm guessing at least one, otherwise we don't have any. Cameron's got something.
Mayor, just for some information, the sheriff's office does provide an accounting report of when they are, and so that is available to the council if you want to look at it.
Thank you.
So, any other questions?
Could I put some levity into this? I don't know how many of you, probably all of you have driven down Shoreline Drive and seen the van with the Santa Claus inside lit.
I missed that.
No, I was.
Yeah, you missed it?
That's it.
In Waters. Okay, it's a blow up
Uh,
and it's sitting there and I just think it would be funny if we got a blow up of a police officer. in the car. Then that could freak people out.
You say that, the Illinois State Police parks cars along the
They
interstate.
do, yeah,
And they have a dummy of
Oh,
a
it's
state
dummy.
policeman sitting in
okay,
the driver's seat, so it's
Yeah.
obviously a well-tested idea.
right,
well, that was one of the ideas we were gonna do for Ascent Drive and, the top of Ascent by Jordan Mill Park, where it was
right.
just park a car there
There,
with a dummy in
a
there.
dummy, but it could freak people out.
I'd rather have a live person sitting in our parking lot, so if that's the case, then maybe we get a dummy in that person. I don't know.
We've had this discussion before. Party has done the dummy over by the border to and I
Yeah.
Chris, if you could maybe even reboot, I don't know, whatever you can do on your network side, because we cannot decipher what you're saying.
Right, you are breaking up totally.
Anyone else online, and we'll certainly get Chris's comments on record here when she can jump back in. Is Kathleen asking a question here or no? Okay. Well, we're gonna have to get Chris back anyway, because we're gonna have to take a vote on this. An emotion, so let's wait for her to jump back on. Any other thoughts about the?
I would say it's pretty important stuff. Let's just leave it at that. Having the sheriff here.
So we have to vote on this.
And this is basically an extension of the contract, is that?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just, and these contracts go for 2 years.
Yeah.
So I think there's some options on how we could manage the contracts going forward. You're shaking your head, Cameron. What's the option? And 2 years is one option. Are there other options on that?
Yeah, so it's really whatever both sides can agree to. So we can make an addendum to the contract.
Uh-huh.
We can agree to extend it. I mean, it's really, the options are wide open.
Yeah.
So. And I will say anecdotally, I do represent some other towns with the contract for police work. 5% is pretty low. A lot of the cost of living and wage increases have been upwards of 10-12%.
Has it really?
Yeah, it's.
But don't tell Sheriff Reed. Let's keep it at this.
Maria,
We should. let's
Blank
vote
that part
fast.
out of the publication of the meeting.
Yeah. Is Chris back on? We can move on to the next item and circle back, because I'd love to have Chris's vote here, obviously. So we're gonna need it for a couple of votes. Cameron, is that protocol? Could we move to the next one and circle back to the
Yeah, that's
vote
fine.
on this? Okay. So the second item here is discussion, possible adoption of a resolution to appoint a chief CAO for our and records officer in compliance with the GDPA. And the discussion really was, I think, Jan, do you wanna lead this a bit? Come on up here.
So this is just something that the state is asking us to adopt. We have to adopt it by year end, but we do not have to actually put it in place until next year. So we're just dealing with the timeline of adopting, and we belong to Edge Cities, which is a new group. It's support for towns like us. They're towns in high growth with very little budget and little staff. And so we work directly with MAG, and they assist us with things like this. So we don't have to incur legal expenses and start from, ground up. They hand us the information and say, here, we know you don't have a staff. Here's the draft. You're welcome to change it, but this is our basic form that we're putting out. So that's it. And I suggest we accept it, and then Maria and I are gonna dial down and come up with a plan that we can implement by next year.
So you're offering yourself and Maria as the CAOs?
Yes.
Okay, so again, this, it looks like Chris is back on here. Chris, can you say something? Maybe we can check out and we can hear you.
Now I do go on. Can you hear me?
Sounds a little bit better, say,
Well, I changed Wi-Fi networks. I was on the right one.
okay, there's a little choppy there, but let's move forward. Chris, we're at the point where we're gonna appoint a CAO for the GDPA, what we've been talking about in terms of records and data compliance. So Jan was just talking about this. I don't know if you heard that, and she's gonna take a lead with Maria on this in terms of appointing, an appointed, CAO and records officers, actually, it's in the plural. So, do you have anyone have any questions or thoughts on the council? I take that as a no. So do we have a motion on this?
We need to vote to accept by the council, so. Your motion.
So this would be a motion to accept and to adopt the resolution to appoint Jan and Maria as, can we say co-chairs at this point?
Yeah, right here it's Chief Administrative Officer and Records Officer, so Maria in her role is a records officer already, so it appoints her under this Privacy Act to a role that she already is familiar with.
Also move.
I'll second.
Okay, so Chris,
Yes,
Judy,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
Jonathan.
Yes,
Okay, well, that's a 4-0 vote, so that carries. You guys are our CAOs here. Let's go back to Chris. I don't know if you caught the end of the discussion on agenda item 1, which was the extension for our interlocal agreement with Wasatch, with the sheriff's office, and some of the commentary around that. One being that they potentially would offer us a satellite office, being the only location on 248. So it would really behoove us, but this is the interlocal agreement has to move ahead so that we have coverage starting January 1. Sheriff Rigby can't be here because of the fact that he planned to be here last week, but since we canceled it, he announced to be at the council meeting, but he'll come on January 8th. We need to pass this agreement. So are there any questions that you have on the agreement?
the agreements, if you can hear me. I know it specifies some particular services that are, and this is a question for Cameron, I guess. We're specifying some services. Do we complete in what they are, or are these just examples? Like, for example, parking enforcement isn't listed there, wealth checks, domestic complaints, any of the services that are on the quarterly report. We have to be specific in this agreement.
Yeah, so Chris, you're still slightly breaking up, but it sounded like you were asking on the level of service and what is specified. So the service level is similar to what has already been provided. The reason that parking enforcement isn't necessarily listed is because our parking enforcement is civil and not criminal. We can make it a criminal enforcement, but in the discussion with the prosecutor's office, the fines were so low that it would cost more money to handle it that way. And so as far as the scope and the level of services, it's similar to what we've had in the past, with the potential addition of the satellite office and the other things that Ralph mentioned.
Any other thoughts or comments? Well, barring that, we need a motion to extend our agreement here with the sheriff's office. So, do we have someone to offer a motion?
So moved.
Chris move. Is there a second?
Second.
JD seconds. Carol?
Yes.
Donovan?
yes,
JD?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. We have an agreement, and we'll have coverage starting the first of the year. So, thank you all, because I think we wouldn't want, we can't go bare, that's for sure. And, it sounds like we're good, next year will be an improvement if all the things that Sheriff Rigby had talked about with me, so I'm hopeful. Next item is consideration and adoption of a resolution commending Chris Baier for her outstanding public service. I said this in the beginning, I would just repeat. Chris, I don't know how much time and effort, how much away from family time you've given to the town at probably no cost. Or, no compensation to you and a lot of headaches. So I just, personally want to say, thank you, because most of the time I spent with you, other than, this past few months, has been highly productive and useful. So I just want to say thanks. And I know this is your last meeting and it must be tough. And I just want to say, this is a commendation to show our deep appreciation from the town. Is there anyone else who would like to say anything?
I would like to say that I have truly enjoyed getting to know Chris and having her as a friend and working with her on council. And a thank you for all the many, many hours that she's put in. And I do hope that she will continue to help with the trash pickup in April, May, because we do that together with the little pinchers. Pick up a lot of trash. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Carol. Is anyone else? And if not, can I have someone who would offer a motion to take this into the record?
I will offer the motion. I move that we adopt this resolution.
Second.
JD seconds it. Chris, it's kind of, I think we have to ask you, so
Yes,
Jonathan,
Yes.
JD,
Yes.
Carol.
Yes.
I'm glad that was,
I don't know if you can hear me or not, or if I'm still breaking up, and I don't know what's going on with my internet, but it has been an honor to serve Hideout for 8 years, council member, and 2 other years just a volunteer. And I'm delighted to stay connected with the community and continue living, working, and playing here. And I don't think I'm going anywhere for a while. So I do feel a great honor having been able to serve.
thank you, Chris. Thanks for all your service and your comments. We have one more item on the agenda, and then we're probably gonna have a fair wait before we start at 6 o'clock, from what I gather. Wasn't sure when to start this meeting, not knowing how much discussion we would have, but let's take on the last item and we can do some committee updates. And we could, we can take a few minute break before the 6 p.m. start. So the last item on the list for this meeting, for the general agenda, is discussion and possible appointment of a representative to engage in discussions regarding the comprehensive emergency management plan, affectionately known as CEMP. And so we talked about this yesterday as a group, an internal group. And Dennis, are you on? Yes,
I
you are.
am, Mayor. Here, I'll turn my
Hey,
camera
Dennis.
on so you can see me.
Oh, there you are. Thanks, Dennis. So we got together, discussed, who would be a good lead. And kind of, we were dealing with, myself and Jan had been doing a little bit of this, and a number of us have been attending these meetings. Carol's attended, Chris has attended. I've attended some of these meetings, so I think Jonathan may have attended as well. So we're thinking that, and we talked to Dennis, and Dennis, as a representative of our engineering company who has, oversight on roads and the quality of those roads, and certainly egress is a piece of that, we've offered, or Dennis has agreed to be our lead on the CEMP. Do you still agree, Dennis? I know that we talked yesterday. Are you still in agreement here?
No, nothing's changed since yesterday, Mayor. I'm still happy to do it. So
So, didn't know if you had a change of heart at the last minute. There is some work in this. Obviously, there's regular meetings but we think that you'd be a great lead on this, especially as we have to think about really the egress points, whether it's wildfire or anything else. And there's a lot coming up on all of that. So, we look to your efforts, Dennis, as a key part of our administration. So with anything you want to say and add in terms of what Hal can bring to the table or what you've been doing and how you would approach the job?
Well, with what is it, Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan here in Hideout, I need to become more familiar with that. I'm new to that. However, I do have experience with that. I've served as a city engineer for 18 years with another municipality, and have worked with the emergency manager with that town or that city. To develop plans and so just looking forward to digging in and figuring out what the needs are here. Obviously a little different in this place in Hideout than it is down in a more urbanized environment, but still a lot of similar challenges, communication, how evacuation, all of those items. So yeah, just looking forward to learning more, working with you, mayor, the council, whomever else, the town, and trying to improve services to the residents that way.
Dennis, any questions for Dennis?
Yeah, I got a comment. This is one of these things that believe needs to be publicly shared with the community on a very big basis. So I think whatever plan you guys have needs to be shared with the community. The most, predictable thing in a situation like that is the chaos that ensues. And I think if we can eliminate that, people have a much safer community.
Absolutely. I think in a meeting yesterday when we discussed it, one of my favorite Mike Tyson quotes is that everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. And so hopefully we have a plan that
Yes.
even if we get punched in the face, we can handle it.
With you. Yeah, exactly.
Anyone else have any comments here?
So would there be a committee that Dennis would form of community members? Or is he taking this on? Are you taking it on by yourself?
No, I think that absolutely we would need some kind of public outreach. Like I said, this was just discussed yesterday. I'm sorry I don't have a plan to present on how moving forward, but a big component of that absolutely would be community outreach, community input, and I think having some kind of a committee is of residents or elected officials makes sense.
Hey, to the record, I said this a few times that I've emergency management plans. They've been for, technology, data centers and infrastructure, et cetera, but it's not a big leap to do that kind of emergency management plan for a town. I've also done an airline I worked on. I worked on actual, thing for, the scenario. So I have some experience, have volunteered in the past. And if Dennis, if you're forming a committee and you're going to be asking any residents to help or join, give me a call.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. And I will keep that in mind.
Anyone else? Okay, so we're at a point where we need to have a motion to appoint Dennis representing Hal and our engineering consulting company as the lead on taking the lead on this. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Carol,
Second.
Jonathan,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
JD,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
motion carries. Okay. We have some time to do some committee updates. I don't know if everybody's here is out or online to do those. Linus was here and then left, so I'm not sure if her plans were to jump back online or actually, Thomas, you're you're listed here, although Glynis was here, so Thomas, do you want to jump in and provide the planning commission update?
Sure. So the planning commission meeting will be held tomorrow night, and on the agenda, we have the publicly noticed public hearing for the rezone of the 3.5 acres where the fire station would be situated, as well as the public works building. So the recommendation is to rezone that from mountain residential to NMU, neighborhood mixed use, so that the fire station and the public works facilities would be allowed as conditional uses. So that is on the agenda. We had a work session at last month's planning commission meeting. This will be the formal public hearing. They'll make a recommendation to you all, and then we'll bring it to council next month. And the second item on the planning commission meeting tomorrow night is Elkhorn Springs. As you guys know, a couple of months ago, they got their formal rezoning approved and adopted at town council, and they also had an associated MDA with that. They have now prepared their phase 1 subdivision plan, so they'll be coming in for that tomorrow night, and that'll be heard at a public hearing at the planning commission meeting.
Okay, thanks, Thomas. Any questions for Thomas?
Yeah, Thomas, so given the new Utah state law, does the planning commission just sees the subdivision and gives their approval and it never comes to council?
That is correct. So with the new state statute, that will be that the planning commission will make an approval or denial. And at that point, assuming they approve it, that it will go for, that's a preliminary subdivision approval. Then for final approval, it goes through town staff. So it'll work through myself and Dennis and Jan and Polly, and then we will finalize the Mylars and they will sign them. That's right.
Excuse me 1 second. I thought this phase 1 has commercial, so we noticed it that with the expectation that this particular phase would come to council because of the commercial component.
So Polly and I discussed that, and actually the state law doesn't require that commercial come to council, and the way it is written in our code, we'll confirm this before tomorrow night, but the way it's written in our code is it doesn't come to council. I'm sorry, yeah, it doesn't come to council. We thought that it might and or we could do that, but that is not in our code. It's pretty much the direct state statute code.
Okay, thank you.
Well, so I think it's important the public knows that if they have any input on this preliminary and that they come to the meeting tomorrow night, because that's their first best only chance.
That's right. This is
right?
the public hearing. That is correct. They can certainly reach out to town staff by way of email, et cetera, as we work through the final subdivision if there are issues or questions. But you're absolutely right. From a public perspective, this is the one public hearing.
Okay. Any other questions for Thomas? The planning commission.
Well, as a question for you then, Mayor, do you have any special communications planned to let people know? Because, you know, this is new to us too, operating in this manner. Do you have any plans to get the word out?
Well, since I just learned about this myself, we certainly can publish something. We can do a special update to say what's going on tomorrow. And Jan, can we put something on our calendar tomorrow to have a short blurb to publish something?
Yeah.
Well, just to be fair, we knew about this a long time ago when we updated our, I remember a year ago, we had that urgent code update that we were trying to get in place. I forget what attorney was helping so that we could be in compliance. So we've known about this as council for a while. And now it's the first time it's
Okay, well, it sounds like Thomas just got, conferred with Polly last night to confirm this. So Is this the first time that you're sharing this with everyone or what?
This is, so Polly and I had thought that the language that we had incorporated into the code or the subdivision, that we were able to carry over some of our own language, our old language. And that would allow, if it were multifamily and or commercial, that it would then go to council. That was what we had hoped and intended. But the language that is actually in the code is pretty much straight from the state code. And the state was trying to keep subdivisions away from the elected bodies and just keep them in the planning commissions. So ours is the code that we have, that we worked with the attorney on, the one that he provided for us, is pretty strict to the state statute. It doesn't allow us to go a step further. And so, yeah, we're just kind of realizing that. It doesn't mean that we can't change our code if we want to down the road, but what we've got right now is the strict state code.
And then the question I have, did the planning commission, did the app follow all proper procedures and meet the timelines, et cetera, to be on an agenda tomorrow?
They did. They had to submit 30 days in advance, a thorough subdivision. Both Dennis and I reviewed it, and it is, it's complete and ready for the hearing tomorrow night.
Thank you. So there's no holding it.
There's no, say that one more time.
There's no delaying it.
That's correct. That's correct. It meets the code from a statutory perspective to be on the agenda. Yes.
Thank you.
So it's Chris's point, given that we're now, it doesn't have to go before council and it's only on the planning commission in these situations. If, you know, whoever is the planning commission chair next year, along with yourself, Thomas, give us enough time so we can make the announcements. Either we should be doing this on our website, on our newsletter, and, you know, only in extraordinary situations should we be doing this at the last minute. And so let's get ahead of the game on that one. If you can confer with me, Thomas, and we can get our communications out earlier.
Certainly. And it's worth noting then, along that line, we'll be receiving the Wild Horse subdivision probably early next week. So that will be 30 days prior to the Planning Commission's January 27th meeting. That's a special meeting date because of some holiday or vacations. And so that one will be a subdivision that will be coming before the Planning Commission as well. So we'll have a little bit more time to get maybe some noticing out for that.
Okay, terrific. And we'll work on, you know, better communication methods going forward. That's part of what I'd like to do anyway. So we were talking about that earlier today. So we'll pick up on that and make sure this gets out either in multiple fashions, because not everybody just reads one thing or, you know, or is going to pick up a text or an email or go to a website. A lot of people just don't even bother going to our websites. They don't even know how to get there. So we're gonna have to figure out some other mechanisms to be more communicative and transparent. All right. How about, you're on the design review committee. Any updates on that, Thomas?
No updates on that, but I suspect after the subdivision for Elkhorn and the subdivision for Wild Horse this month and next month, we will have some design review applications come in and we'll have something to report.
Okay, thanks. Any questions for Thomas on DRC or planning? Next one is wildfire committee. John?
Sure, I guess we could split this in a couple of ways. The fire department, last I heard, says that they're still on track, assuming they get all the permits from the town appropriately and timely. They're still on track for a fully functional permanent station at the end of next year, which would really be terrific. You know, we have a fully functional station now, but it doesn't quite have all the accoutrement and abilities that a permanent structure would have. They have their permanent structure on order. It's going to be one of those prefab buildings that they put together on site. They are really excited about it, as am I. And then, Ralph, do you want to talk about cameras and all those kinds of things and efforts, or?
Well, I've been on meetings and I know you probably, so, the wildfire committee is pretty active. We had a call today with Lauren Major, who effectively is leading the committee, and, we talked about our WUI application for the NFPA, what kinds of compliance that we have to, and plans that we have to put together. So there's 3 or 4 things. Some of our meetings have focused on technology. We've had some technology presenters, software and hardware companies that are essentially early warning systems on wildfire. We're doing some coordination. Lawrence is coordinating with one of the risk managers at Extel Corporation, so that if we do invest in technology, that we're investing in similar technology that our neighbors across the Jordanelle would be using, so we could share data, we could share
Images,
everything. So
protection.
we want to be, we've been talking to the Wasatch County Fire Department, all the 3 chiefs, and they're in agreement with this approach. So we've got a lot of agreement going on exactly that. What we invest in, how we invest in it, and when that happens, it still remains to be seen. We've had a lot of conversations like today regarding defensible space and whether you remove shrubs and trees and what happens, in a grandfathered situation. So that's an issue in terms of, I know Carol Custerly emailed me the other day and said there was a resident who called about the fact that they were concerned that if they removed this tree, which was dying, what do I replace it with? So we're using some common sense around this in terms of how we share information. We'd like to get some more input, but a lot of this will be communicated further, probably, and we'll do a Q1 update on wildfire mitigation, including things like the comprehensive emergency plan, which include egress points for the town. And so probably somewhere in February, expect an update on all of this. And there's 2 or 3 other things that we've been covering, including how to keep our premiums down by incorporating some wildfire best practices at the town level, at the risk level, because the ISO report for the town, because we moved the fire department much closer. We're now in a 5-mile rate. We're within the 5-mile radius that we should move from NFP 8 to a 4, which improves our rating structure with the insurance company. So we want to make sure we're getting all those benefits, and if an HOA or a homeowner now as of December 1 can look to that as an additional means to keep their premiums at least in reasonable. Don't know if they'll go up or down, depends on your underwriters, but those are all the aspects of the conversations we've had over the past 2 months.
One other item is House Bill 58 kicks in on January 1st of next year. Every house within the wildfire urban interface is going to be assessed a fee by the state through the county, probably on your county tax bill. There'll be 2 fees, the basic fee, and then there'll be a fee based on your risk. And you'll automatically be lumped into the highest risk, is how we're currently understanding it. But if you take actions to mitigate, develop defensible space, so on and so forth, you might be able to push yourself down into a lower risk class and thereby lower those fees. We don't have all those details yet because the administrative rules that fall out of that statute haven't been finalized just yet, at least not that I can find. So if you're thinking about taking some actions sooner rather than later, because those those additional fees from the state are gonna be coming out fairly soon.
So Jonathan, if you find out the things that we can do to minimize or help our insurance, can you get that information out to
Sure.
Hideout residents?
Sure, and so what that'll largely be is defensible space around your house, nothing flammable or nothing combustible. I wanna use the right adjective, nothing combustible within 5 feet, no trees within 10 feet. A clear roof, empty gutters, we don't have a lot of problem, well, some areas of town, but most of us don't. But it starts with a defensible space, and so that means no mulch around the foundation.
Right, so what happens if eventually we get snow and it covers the mulch that's there? And then they come around and assess us, how would they know if we have mulch or not?
Well, that's a good question. We don't know. I think everybody's gonna, my sense of it is, and I could be wrong, so don't take this as gospel. My sense is everybody's gonna get lumped into the highest risk category, and if you want into a lower risk category, the burden of proof is gonna be on the homeowner to demonstrate that you have done certain
No
things.
way.
Well, you know,
Okay,
so but if you clear that out, I would urge you to take pictures. If you've already done it,
okay,
take lots of pictures now. And then have the fire department come out and do an individual assessment of your house. Such that that can be forwarded and you can present that to the assessment people. And you can use that to help argue that you belong in a lower risk class. That'd be my thought anyway.
okay,
Two other things, because a lot of us are in HOAs. The team, the wildfire committee team, and particularly Lauren Major and Steve Allen are interviewing all the HOAs. And so they're sharing information with all the HOAs and gathering information from all the HOAs as part of this program process, so to speak. So I think they've interviewed about 3 or 4 already. And then number 2, which I forgot to mention as well, is the website they've prepared. The committee has prepared the website and materials. I think it just is a matter of getting up there. So Marie, I see you looking at me, so can you give us an update on the website?
I wish I could. I can't quite yet. I do know that I have had my first training with Town Web. So I know that the process is slower, maybe because I know that Carol was looking into it as well, but please know that it's on our radar and absolutely we'll consult with Lauren if we have other questions as well.
Yeah.
We'll give you updates as we get them and.
I mean, everything we said should really be public and
Right.
on the website,
That'd be nice.
help people for a place to go. So, you know, whatever you can do, that would be great. I know everybody's got a busy schedule.
You're fine.
Yeah. Anything else, John?
No, I think that's it.
Yeah. Well, if there's no other questions, maybe we'll just go to JD on the EDC.
The EDC has been very quiet. We haven't met for quite a while. Largely because there hasn't been a lot on the agenda. I think it's worth revisiting what our charter is and what we need to do there, Ralph, to be perfectly honest.
We can do that.
Yeah. Jan, is there anything you'd like to add or say?
No, I agree with you. I think that's,
Okay.
Well, I'd like to see us have an active EDC or Chamber of Commerce going forward, because we're gonna be a lot, there's gonna be times when, assuming, and I'm pretty sure, based upon my regular conversations with companies like Larry H. Miller, that we'll have something, this coming year. I can't speak for LHM, but we do know, and we'll probably have something come out soon around that. But the point being is there will be businesses there. And so how do we work with the businesses and make sure that we're, that's a cooperative effort and.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, our reputation is not that great. And so that's just reality. And we need to put a kind of forward facing kind of, approach to this to get things going. I would agree with that.
Any questions for Judy? And we have the post committee, Chris?
Hey, I switched over to mobile audio. Is that better?
Much.
Yeah.
Yes, very
All
much.
right. Okay, good. Figured it out. So we have not met in a while. Kathleen, are you still on?
Like she is.
Okay, I don't mean to like put her on the spot, but I don't have much of an update. I know we were trying to close out a grant that we've got two grants that we've gotten related to work that was done in the state park, and I know that we had been working on getting the fence reestablished between Lakeview State and Shoreline and the state park, because that fence is state park fence that was destroyed by the developers when they put those subdivisions in. And I know we've gotten cooperation, at least in principle, from Glenn and from Nate to reinstall that fence. But you know, that now that we're entering the winter months, I don't think we're going to get much going on that. So that's about the only update I have. And with that, I'm officially resigning from the committee, so that'll be my last report.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions for Chris in the post? Okay, Carol, you're on.
Okay, the buses are running with nobody on them.
Wonder why.
Actually, I do have the schedule, and I will give it to Carol Custerly like I do every year. And then she can publish it. But, beginning at Richardson Flat, the buses begin, to Old Town Transit Center. They begin at 6:15 in the morning. To Park City Mountain Express, 5:45, and to Deer Valley, 5:35. And they will be running at least until the end of ski season, if we have a ski season. They'll be running until, almost, I know I wrote it down. Oh, yes, they'll run until 11 something at night. So, at least from Old Town, they will be running, sorry. The Old Town bus will run, you can catch the very last one, at 11:05 at the Old Town Transit Center. So if you want to go into town in the evening, you'll be able to take a bus back out. You know, we've tried to get it going in the summer, but they say there's just not enough ridership. And then the two that go to the resorts, you can catch the last one from Park City at 6 and the last one from Deer Valley at 6:05 in the evening. But I'll get this to Carol. And it does vary. When at peak times, they run every 15 minutes and then they switch over to every half hour. So they're running, but one of the issues is they still don't go to canyons. And I don't know how many people in town want to try to get to canyons via bus, because there's not a lot of parking at canyons. But that is High Valley Transit as opposed to Park City. And Jan, if you remember when we met with Carolyn, she didn't want to come in here unless we did some funding. So I don't know if the next time we do budget, or if we can talk to, you know, the budget committee to figure out if there's any way we can do some funding to get a bus here to go to canyons.
So
Otherwise, you could take a bus up to Old Town Transit Center. You can then switch, take a bus out towards canyons. And so that, but it's convoluted. I mean, you have to get off with your ski, your gear, your snowboard, whatever, and then be switching. So they're still not running direct, but you know, maybe as we develop our town center and that kind of thing, hopefully we can get more buses in here.
Yeah.
You know, work with them, but I do know that High Valley Transit wants funding. So
I'm sorry, what was that on the funding?
they want
Oh,
our city or Hideout, sorry, they want Hideout to help pay for buses. So,
So.
and I don't know if we can get a grant or,
So yeah, Jan, why don't you
So,
chime in?
I
here?
know last month you talked about the transportation planning grant we were seeking.
right,
And then, some of these issues we worked out with Jake and John in getting them into our general plan. Some of the transit stops and logistics, but I think the transportation planning grant is gonna be significant piece of that. And we submit successfully, last week. And we asked for 150,000 for that plan
okay,
with a 10% match to the town. Grants are very political. I'm pleased to say that we had Summit County support. We had, Heber Valley Chamber support. We had Wasatch County support.
This should be a
worked that right.
leveraging point right here, that very fact, Jan, that you have.
That's right,
That is
Jane.
exactly right.
And I sat
Yeah.
down and came up with this, and I'm pleased to say we got a lot of buy-in. And that is creating more momentum,
Yes.
so we have the Utah Recreation Grant that is coming up soon. And this is a huge grant, a state grant, and it's creating momentum and excitement.
great.
And
Awesome.
at the regional planning,
And was Nancy helping with that?
yes,
Great,
yes.
okay.
So we have a lot of buy-in and.
That's great.
And cooperation. With
Yeah.
10
other-
years from now, when they're doing the Olympics, this stuff is really gonna matter.
It is.
So it's
Yeah.
really important we get this right and
Absolutely.
show a measure of cooperation with our surrounding Greater Park City friends here. That's
Years.
And a big thank you to JD and Carol
You're
for,
right.
like, we got this started. And
Yeah, that's great. Congratulations.
right.
Nice job, Jen.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay.
And I think there's some other opportunities in the offing, but I'm not gonna talk about them right here at this point. But yeah, any other questions or thoughts at this point?
good things are happening in that world.
Good.
Thanks.
That's fine.
Jan's our leader of
Good time.
grant funding here, so keep going. I think that was there anything else on the?
That was the last item.
So we don't really have to close. Can we officially take a break at this point? Lori?
Mayor, actually, I mean, you
Cameron?
could, if everybody's okay with this, Cameron, what do you think? Can you hop forward to approval of council minutes? And then, we go back to the, public hearing item at 6 or
Yeah, that's
what
because
you
it wasn't
propose.
on here. The problem on this is the specific minutes weren't on here, so I don't know if the council got a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
I haven't
weren't,
looked
they
at
weren't
them.
on.
yeah, not on the first one that came out, it just says approval of council minutes, but didn't have those minutes, there's,
User error, I'm so
yeah,
sorry. with
don't
my
worry
links.
about it, because that was just.
Still learning.
That, you know, said, there wasn't much in that, I read them, by the way.
And if we need to,
But,
if you haven't.
but I don't think anybody else got the opportunity
No.
to get updated on that. I think it's gonna be more important for those other meetings. And where are you on that, Maria, in terms of?
I am working on it. I have a plan, a strategy.
We may have to take a whole meeting just for minutes here at some
Right,
point.
yeah,
but,
we're a little behind.
we're behind at this point because of all the, from Elkhorn to Wild Horse, so to speak, and which caused some delays here, and then we missed last week's meeting. So, well, I'll talk to you on that. and
No worries.
See
You're
if we
good.
can't get some of those minutes.
That
back
sounds great.
up to date. But we're gonna probably have a busy July 8th. One thing I didn't see on here is the do we not, we had it on here, and that is the meeting schedule for next year, or did we vote on that previously? Because I don't think we did.
No, that was pushed to January, just, a suggestion from, Polly. And, that and like two more items. pushed to
Okay, that's
January.
fine, because, yeah, that's right, I remember
Yep, and
she said,
everybody
let's
said,
take
"Sure,
this
let's do
off,
that."
and
Okay.
yeah, that's fine. My brain wasn't, connected for that,
You're good.
going, yeah, it was a, thank you, January 8th here, but that's what our first meeting will be. I have it scheduled for 4 p.m.
I was just gonna ask, what time are we gonna begin?
So, but I haven't gotten everybody's buy-in because Brian is new, Tanya is new, and Bob's not here. So between, I'm looking at Cameron because, how do we, if we wanna move the next meeting, which wasn't scheduled, what didn't have a firm time schedule, we're not doing it at this meeting, how do we get this on the calendar legally?
So the schedule can just be adjusted, as long as we provide a notice 24 hours in advance. And so when you hear back from everybody that will work, I mean, as early as we can, but it has to be at least 24 hours in advance. And so that would be the mechanism. And for today, if you want to just have a motion to suspend until 6, for tonight's meeting, if there's nothing else on the agenda.
Okay, so I got you, to get us to 6 p.m.
Yeah.
But I just wanna make sure, because Carol, my plan is if, Tanya and Brian, buy into it, and Jonathan, you okay, just while we're talking?
Yes,
With the earlier,
I
it
think,
may be a compromise at 5, but I think we just cannot get through the agendas starting at 6 p.m. And if we do, we're falling over, by 11, so.
Well, and I had taught, Brian's my neighbor, and Brian was, at least verbally to me, said he's good with 4 o'clock. So,
Some of us aren't working, but some people are, so Tanya has a regular position, job.
okay,
So I do need to probably, and Bob's schedule is all over the place.
Right.
It's like, he could be 4 p.m., he could be in China. So I have to talk with him as well. But okay, so let's have a motion then to take us, to suspend this for another 50 minutes to
Sure.
6 p.m.
so I'll move that we suspend the meeting and to reconvene at exactly 6 o'clock this evening.
Second,
I'll second.
Carol seconds, JD,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
John,
Yes,
okay. And let's be back at 6. Did you order your sandwiches?
I think you should order
We order
pizza.
pizza, Robbie.
Have some dialogue, and we'll come to a vote hopefully tonight. So first of all, I'd like to hear from our 3 consultants, starting with Dennis Pay, who represents Hal Engineering, our engineering company, and along with Thomas Hiddington, our planner, as to your latest advisories given to the council and to the town. Dennis, would you like to begin?
Yeah, I'm trying to turn my camera on. Is it? Oh, well, I was. Sorry. Okay, looks like I'm on. Um, yeah, thank you, Mayor. And also, before I get started, I would like to thank Glenn and Jackson and David, the team with GCD, and working with us on this. There was a lot of questions and information that we requested, and they were very good about trying to get that to us in a timely manner, and it's much appreciated. Um, I'll just get right into things. My report doesn't include a lot of the background. Thomas has that in his, so I guess I'll skip that part and just get into what I consider the engineering concerns. The first thing is according to the geotechnical report that was provided, much of the area is underlain by undocumented fill. In the geotechnical report, it says that that's as much as 14 feet deep. As part of their investigation, there were 21 test pits that were excavated, and samples were taken from these test pits back to the laboratory and tested. The report makes very specific recommendations about this undocumented fill and what needs to be done to construct on that. It does say that that fill is unsuitable for pavements, slabs on grade, and foundations. When I say pavements, I'm talking about roadway pavements. The report states that undocumented fill should be removed from under these structures. Furthermore, it says that there should be a representative of the geotechnical firm that prepared the report on site to determine the suitability of soils for those uses. And the recommendation from engineering would be that the recommendations stated in the geotechnical report be strictly followed to ensure that there's safe construction and that the structures built on those sites will be suitable and be sound. During the public hearing, it was reported that there was an oily smell coming from the fill as it was being placed. Others have said that they have experienced the same thing. They've smelled that odor in passing through the area. It has become a concern for the town as well as many of the residents. And Mayor, in discussing this with the applicant, they have come to an agreement that they would allow the town to proceed with some testing of the soils to make sure they're not contaminated. The agreement is that this would be done by a qualified geotechnical firm that is agreeable to both parties, GCD and the town. And as far as the scope of work too, that would be something that would be agreed upon by the parties, and we'll work that out and proceed with that. If the applicant is still amenable to that, I suggest that we move forward with that testing and get that done as quickly as possible. The applicant did receive a letter from the Bureau of Reclamation regarding, stating that there is potential for trespass of stormwater runoff from the area as the natural drainage in Dead Man's Gulch was filled in, and a detention basin as well. The applicant and the town met with the Bureau of Reclamation as well as Central Utah Water Conservancy District and the representative from the Department of the Interior, and we discussed the issue. What was determined there is that the drainage design would have to replicate historic flows as far as volume of flow and flow rate in the area. It felt like if that was taken care of that way, then that would mitigate, potential sediment and other contaminants getting into Jordanelle Reservoir. Jordanelle Reservoir is their major concern. as it supplies drinking water for 1.5 million, residents of the state of Utah. Now, the Bureau of Reclamation said that they would provide criteria that would need to be met for that design. We have not received that, and to my knowledge, neither has the applicant. We're still waiting on the Bureau to provide that. So we have not, or I have not been able to look at, or I haven't taken the time to look at their drainage design. I looked at the plans to kind of get a general feel for what they're proposing, but as far as digging into the details of it, haven't looked at that because I didn't get that those requirements from the Bureau. Let's see, the Bureau also said in that meeting that after that and the applicant agreed to this as well, that they would provide a letter certifying from their engineer certifying that their design meets the Bureau of Reclamation criteria. The town of Hideout would review their design as well as the Bureau of Reclamation to make sure that everybody's on the same page and in agreement. Because the drainage system will be turned over to the town, the town of Hideout will be required to get a discharge permit from the Bureau of Reclamation. They have sent me the application and the process for doing so, and so we will get that permit to be able to operate the drainage system when it's completed, accepted, and handed over to the town. I already kind of mentioned this, but there was a disturbance of the natural drainage when Dead Man Gulch was filled in. There was a detention pond and also what was classified as an intermittent riverine that was filled in. I think that if the drainage requirements that will be, if they meet, once the drainage system meets the requirements of the BOR or the Bureau of Reclamation, I think that takes care of that wetland disturbance as well, because it will replicate historic drainage patterns. So I think that much related to the trespass issue with the Bureau of Reclamation. There was some disagreement with the former town engineer and the applicant about survey monuments. The applicant provided an email from the county surveyor saying where he recommended monuments be placed. My recommendation is that let's put those monuments in where they say, and I think everybody can agree to that. On the plat, there were 4 notes that are not in the town standards. I'm sorry, 4 notes that are in the town standards that were not included on the plat, note 1, 3, 4, and 13. The applicant did say they used the town notes, but I did note that these 4 notes were missing. I think they should be added to the plat. I guess the only thing I would add to that, unless those notes were not part of the previous vested code, in which case I would like to have some discussion with the applicant, see if we can come to an agreement on that. Also, there should be language on the plat dedicating common areas to the HOA. Just needs to be added. As far as street lighting goes, this was one, and I'm going to plead ignorance and play the new guy card here, right? Because I know that the town has reservations about too much street lighting. In the experience I had with the city where I served as city engineer before, they wanted lots of lighting. I realize that's not the town's desire. But what the applicant showed was streetlights at all fire hydrants, so they can be located at night and in winter, and that there'd be eave lighting on the buildings. My comment was just that we put some pedestrian level lighting at street corners, just for pedestrian safety. I'm looking, I guess, for direction from the council on that. I don't think it's addressed in the code. We also had there was a disagreement with the former engineer about slopes through intersections being 5% or 6%. The plan shows 6%. there is some information published by the American, what is a long one? American, or let's see, Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, AASHTO, in the Green Book, that says that these slopes can be up to 6%. 5%, in my opinion, is preferred. It's just a little bit better through the intersections. Again, I'd like to have some discussion or continue to have some discussion with the applicant about that. They have presented their side. I just wanted to talk about it more and see if we can't come to some kind of an agreement, or maybe we can reach that in some areas and not in others. And the proposed roadway typical section in the plans, that's kind of your width of asphalt, curb and gutter, sidewalk. Again, this was something I noted just kind of at the very last minute. It's not the same as what's in our current standard. Again, that may be, that typical section that's shown on the plans may be what was in the vested code. Again, just would like to discuss that and continue to talk about that with the applicant. Again, I noticed that at the last minute as I was preparing the report and put that in. Finally, there's a traffic impact study completed. The study was excellent. It does not show that there is any action that the applicant needs to take at this time. The existing intersections should function at acceptable levels with both project and future traffic in the area. When I say project traffic, I'm talking about traffic that will be generated when the project is built out. Then the other comment I would make on the traffic study is that it does provide a lot of useful information that will help us in the future. So I appreciate that submittal. And that's my report as far as the engineering aspects. If there are any questions, comments, whatever.
We can open it up to council questions. And thanks, Dennis. That was very thorough for us. Those 8 or 9 points there. Thomas, do you have anything to add to Dennis's report? Because you're more aligned between planning and engineering. Anything you want to add to Dennis at this point? Then we'll get some questions from council if they want.
No, I would say no. From an engineering perspective, I have a few planning things I would walk you through, but since we're on engineering now, I'll wait.
Okay, thanks, Thomas. Any questions from the council? GD.
So if I heard correctly, there were no showstoppers here. Is that correct?
Well, I would say this. My biggest concern that I have is with some of the environmental issues, particularly the BOR, the Bureau of Reclamation complaint. The Bureau did request that there's nothing, no work should take place in the area until this is resolved completely. That was said to me in email and verbally. Obviously we would not issue any building permits until that's resolved. But that, they basically asked that we not take action until, this is resolved completely with the BOR. And in fairness, BOR has not responded, not given us what the criteria is. So, I know that the developers has tried to meet those criteria, but when we don't have them, it's hard to determine that we meet the criteria when the criteria hasn't been provided by the regulating agency.
Very much. Thank you.
Other question?
Oh, yeah, sure. Hey Dennis, great report. Thanks for taking the time to go over it with me yesterday in detail. Regarding the reclamation complaint, do you have any sense of how long it may take reclamation to respond, or do we have no idea when they might provide requirements for the drainage?
I would say this. I've asked that I have exchanged some emails with them. They say they're gathering the criteria. I don't know what that means. You interpret that however you want, but that's what they've told me.
Okay.
I wish I
and
had a better answer.
Yeah, so that, that makes me question, how can we approve something when we don't know what the criteria is and what impact that could have, on this approval, whether it changes something in the project itself, or, if there, once this, these drainage, the discharge permit is obtained from the town, as well as whatever their criteria is to help the applicant and the town replicate historic flows of volume and rate. How, without knowing that, how do we give our approval for at least the Dead Man's Gulch portion of the project, which is what we're talking about? I mean, is there a path there, or because it seems like, how can we approve something when we don't have all the information about it? We don't know what we're approving.
I think that's a decision for the council.
Okay. You also mentioned, since I have still the floor, the undocumented fill, and you and I spoke about that at length yesterday. Now you mentioned that there is an engineering solution to that. Can you just outline that, I guess for the rest of the participants in this meeting? What does that engineering solution look like?
Well, specifically, I mean, in the geotechnical report, it says that, for example, on pavements, if the pavements are not, it does give a recommendation for a pavement section as far as thickness of asphalt, untreated base, and then structural fill. If it's placed on native soil, that section is a little bit, it's not as thick. If it's on film material or unsuitable material, the recommendation in the report was that recommended section should be underlain by another 24 inches of structural fill and a geofiber fabric to prevent fines from infiltrating up into the structural fill. That's on the pavements. It does say that there should be, when they're excavating for pavements, foundations, slabs, that there should be a representative on site to verify the suitability of soils. It says that under foundations, the undocumented fill should be removed. So there would have to be, basically deeper foundations and there'd have to be some kind of an engineering design that's specific, to the site.
So there's lots of foundations in this project, in this plan, right? A lot of square footage of foundation. Does that undocumented fill need to be removed, like for the entire footprint of the structure, or just?
No, it'd be
foundation.
It'd be on what's the foundation, what it's bearing on. It wouldn't necessarily have to be under the entire footprint.
It's not digging up everything that we see where there's a building or on top of it. It's the actual footprint of the foundation and footings.
Right. Where the the footing bears on, whatever's supporting that. Right.
Okay. So there is a solution to that. There's an engineering solution to that undocumented fill. It's just some remediation and extra work, additional costs, etc.
Right.
Okay. What about, it's not mentioned in your report, but I did talk to Thomas about this. So when the Bureau of Reclamation and the Central Utah Water Conservancy, they're concerned. Central Utah Water Conservancy is concerned about water quality. Reclamation is, we need to get a permit with the the Department of Interior for that discharge. What about the state park? The state park does manage the land around the reservoir. And has anybody talked to the state park to make sure that they can handle the volume and flow that would be introduced, you know, through this discharge permit? Do we know if the discharge, do we know the increase of volume and the increase of flow rate? Is that
Right,
something
well, when,
gonna cover
sorry,
in
go
their-
ahead.
Is that something they're gonna cover in their requirements that come to us?
I guess I would assume that. To my knowledge, nobody's talked with the state park. But again, when we say replicate historic flows, with regard to volume and rate, they would be similar to what has happened historically, right? When you introduce, impermeable surfaces, roadways, rooftops, right, you're going to generate more runoff. So those would have to be detained in basins or, somehow, those flows would have to be restricted so that they replicate historic flows. And that would be, on the part of their engineer would have to design for that and certify that they've met that criteria.
Okay, again, that's the thing we don't know. That's requirements for reclamation on how,
Correct.
it needs to be in place for that. Is that right, Dennis, or like?
Right, we're waiting for that criteria.
That's it. That's all I have for engineering. I have some planning questions once we get to Thomas.
Dennis, I have a question. You mentioned something about plat notes, and if my notes are right, you said 1, 3, 4, and 13. What exactly are these? And how do they affect the project?
They're kind of general. They're in our standard plat notes. I don't have them memorized. I'm sorry. I'd have to look those up. I could, but they weren't included. They're not earth shattering. That's why I think that they can be added without, any consternation. And would just recommend that we do.
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead and finish this.
Oh, no, I'm done. That's all.
Well, Dennis, I remember you explained this to
Sorry,
me
Chris.
yesterday, but I
Sorry.
just want to answer.
Why don't you let me finish my question? I let you finish yours. Kindly extend to me the same courtesy.
Okay.
So does the applicant agree on those plat notes that they can be put on the plat?
We actually, that's the first we've heard of the issue. We haven't seen the plat notes that are an issue, but I mean, my client is not along, there shouldn't be a problem. We use the form that we've
We've
used.
always used the same hideout form that they provided and what Wasatch County was required. So if there's a few different.
Sorry, if I might respond to that. That was in our original email that we sent after when we said it was incomplete initially. That was noted in there that they weren't the same plat notes. I was told that the response was that they were in there. I double checked just to see, and I did note that those were missing. So I think that's something we can work out. That's what I mean. That's something I think we can talk about.
For Wasatch County standards, then they can be added.
Okay.
If there's just an opinion from somebody else about adding something, then that shouldn't be added.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah.
Well, I want to give Chris a chance to respond, but keep it to the question.
Thank you, I will. So number 13, I recall, Dennis referred to the next thing, number 7, language dedicating common areas to the HOE should be added to the plat. That's what 13 is.
Okay, thank you. I know I looked them up and said I forgot. My memory's not as good as yours, Chris.
Anyone else on the council who has questions? Carol or
Is,
JP?
I don't have a question, I have concerns. So my concerns are, I'm going back to the 21 test pits that were dug and the undocumented fill and the fact that it's unsuitable to put buildings on it. That's a concern that I have. And that the soil is contaminated, also everything that's coming from the BOR. And that we need the discharge permit and it has to be worked out. I just feel that it's not ready to be voted on. I think that there are things that need to be done by the applicant. I have a huge concern about that. And were we given a copy of the traffic study?
Yes, yeah, and it should have been in, I believe it was in the packet. It was in that large packet of documents that was provided, it was 800 pages by the applicant early on.
A month ago. Okay.
Right.
And I guess.
So the one in the original packet wasn't stamped by the engineer, but since they have, it wasn't certified by the engineer, didn't have their engineering seal on it. They did provide me with a sealed copy. So, but there was, it was the same report with the exception of just putting their engineering stamp on it.
I do have a question too about the street network. That was your report, right? Or not?
Well, what's your question? I mean, we did.
I know
talk
you
about
put
this.
a few very slight curves in, but I was concerned about if there was a need for evacuation. At our meeting just prior to this, our regular meeting, we talked about emergency procedures and the fact that the blocks are over 1,000 feet. And if everybody's trying to evacuate at once and there's no cross streets, there's no ability for people to move in. I mean, you did address that in your report.
Thomas did.
Or was that
That's
Thomas?
Thomas's.
Oh, that's
Which we
Thomas.
That's
Okay.
that's Thomas. Yeah, I'll let Thomas speak to that, but it's
Okay.
I don't think the lengths of the streets were, well, I'll let Thomas address it, but in my opinion, they were, not excessive.
Yeah, and what I had noted is that some of the block lengths do exceed 1,000 feet, and it's just a bit of a different pattern than we've seen in prior shoreline phases. And I did note if there were the opportunity for additional cross streets, I think that it does help. It can alleviate traffic backing up if there were a need to evacuate or otherwise, right? Just if you have more intersections, typically in the perfect world, we'd like to see block lengths at about 300 to 500 feet, but that's typically what we've seen in shoreline. These were just longer. They're a bit of a different pattern.
Well, Thomas, since you're on tap here, you want to add any comments that you have to Dennis's comments? And I'd like to hear both of you at some point describe what your thoughts are about, or your advice to council, because you're our paid advisors, and I'm expecting you to have some advice for us one way or another.
Sure. I wonder if, Maria, is it possible that you could share my staff report? I've got some visuals in there that I think may be helpful for council, just to kind of remind everybody what some of the changes have been since early summer, actually. There you go. If you could go to my report. It'd probably be, if you click on that top one, I think it'll take you there. Maybe it starts with Dennis's, but if you scroll down, I'm guessing you'll get to me.
The bigger too.
Okay. And if you could keep going down, that's just background information. You guys know where the project is located. That's the 2016 plan. If you could stop here on revised submittal. Yeah, just to remind everybody that back in, I think that they were before the council in May of 25. After that meeting, there was some coordination between staff and the applicants. They went back. They worked with the applicants, worked with their planners and designers to begin to look at some of the issues that the council had raised, and what they looked at were opportunities at revising the very linear kind of straight road pattern to see if they could better follow the contours of the land, identify potential locations maybe where there could be minor wildlife corridors and or just some open space view sheds and pathways between buildings, and then look at increasing the landscaping. So if you go to the next page, Maria, down, you'll see what there you go. Yeah, this is the top one was the original proposal for the development. And the bottom one is a comparison. That was the newly submitted subdivision plan back in for the November 13th meeting. And so you can see in this plan, it is a little bit, if you're looking at it on your sheet, you can kind of do a comparison back and forth. You can start to see there were some minor curves put into the road. You could see that there were some changes on the far right-hand side over near the community center where that hammerhead turnaround is located. There were some buildings in that location that were removed. That area is now a larger retention basin. So you could start to see some of the changes that were requested and made were incorporated into this. I guess the question for council is did this go, is this enough in the right direction? Did this get you where you needed to be in terms of the layout and the design? As you think about that, if you could go down to the next page, Maria. Some folks at the last meeting had asked about a bit of a comparison between the 2016 preliminary plan that was approved. That's what you have up on the image right now. And the image below it is a rough, not perfect, a rough superimposed image of shoreline phase 4 over that development. You can see where there are some differences where it was primarily single family, some duplex triplexes, where now it's full on townhouse development. You can start to see that difference if you kind of compare the top and the bottom, just to demonstrate what was proposed in the preliminary and what is being proposed for the final subdivision. Keep in mind there can be changes to a preliminary plan. It was not a preliminary, it wasn't platted or recorded. If you go down to the next page, I thought it would be helpful if we overlaid this onto the RSPA zoning map that's part of the master MDA. You could see shoreline is outlined in the red. You can see that up near, you could see the density pod designation. Density pod number 2 at kind of the top right is RVMD, Resort Village Medium Density. And the one to the left is dedicated as residential single family. That's mostly where shoreline 2 and 3 have been built. Very little's been built on number 2. If you scroll to the image below, you can see again a rough superimposed image of shoreline phase 4. It's actually kind of built south of the RSF, the residential single family density pod. It's kind of just in the RSPA. There is really not a density pod designation down here, but there is an opportunity by way of the MDA to move density pods. And so one could make the argument that they're proposing to move some of that south. This is just, again, to give you guys an understanding of what is being built where based upon the MDA, the master MDA. If you scroll to the next page, at the top, you can see there, that's a what they call the Shoreline Future Development Outline. At the last meeting, the council requested a better understanding of what the overall concept plan is going to be, since it is different than what was presented as the preliminary plan in 2016. So as you can see here, this shows the, well, I don't have an ability to annotate, but this shows you on the bottom left, shoreline 2 and 3, and then you can see shoreline phase 4 across the bottom of the screen. At the very top up there, you see shoreline phase 1, and then those areas that don't have any building footprints, those are future phases. That far left one indicates kind of an area, the red one, that could be for a future phase for kind of like live, work, retail, a commercial component that was always envisioned as part of this. And then that purple area is a future phase dedicated as multifamily. That could be probably a combination of, maybe it could be stacked flats, multifamily, townhouses, etc. Then you've got the blue phase is also multifamily. That could be a mixture of multifamily development types. The yellow is also dedicated as a future phase for multifamily. And then the light blue is a combination of single family and multifamily, with single family below Silver Sky. So kind of below, I think that's Lariat Court up there, kind of serve as a transitional buffer into the development that is Shoreline. So that was provided by the applicant. It doesn't show building footprints or street pattern or fabric or built pattern, but it does give you guys an idea of what might go where and when. And again, you've got the 2016 plan below it, just kind of for sake of comparison. If you go to the next page, unless you guys have any questions, if you go to the next page, I have just outlined some planning issues for discussion, some of which were brought up at the last meeting. Again, with regard to the built pattern, just understanding the differences between the preliminary plan in 2016 and what's being proposed for phase 4. Carol brought up the block and street network structure, just ensuring that council is comfortable with the longer block lengths than was originally envisioned. Number 3 was actually addressed by Dennis. That's the BOR. We're waiting for their letter. We don't have that information yet regarding the fill and drainage patterns. You can scroll down, Maria. You've got some images there just for clarification. You can keep scrolling down to the next page, maybe the text. Number 4, the open space that was originally proposed for the canyon recreation area, we just ask that that be noted and dedicated on the plan. If you go down to number 5, it is worth noting that the area along the property boundary between Shoreline Phase 4 and the state park. If you go to the next page, I actually have an image that might help everybody visualize this. So you could see there, those areas that are highlighted in red are the retaining walls, the significant retaining walls. If you scroll down to the bottom when it kind of zooms in a little bit, you could start to see the top of wall and bottom of wall measurements. In this area, that stretch down there along the state park is probably, I don't know, probably 500, 600, 700 feet long. It's a very long stretch. And that area will have a retaining wall between Shoreline Phase 4 and the state park. Some of those retaining walls are double tiered retaining walls up to 13 feet height for each wall. So there could be a wall that's 25, 26 feet tall. It does have to have a 3-foot setback for tiering and landscaping and structural reasons. That is different than our current code, but that is the vested code. They're allowed to have 2 tiers of up to 13 feet, but just so council knows, it could be significant. It is not 2 tiers of 13 feet and 13 feet, 26 feet, the entire length of that. That's just the tallest portion of the wall. It starts on that left-hand side, just a few feet, rises up to the 2 tiers of 13, 13, 26, and then drops back down a little bit. There's also a pretty significant wall. If you scroll down just a little bit, Maria, no, the other way, sorry. On that top area up around that basin, some of those walls get pretty tall too. Just so that you're aware, I reached out to Glenn. He's provided some ideas and imagery for what those walls could look like to try to soften them a little bit. So we certainly would work with him in that regard. If you scroll down to the next page, Maria, we had asked for a bit of maybe a type of a cross section from the upper kind of the area closest to kind of Recreation Drive, Shoreline, if you will, almost like a cross section through the site, perpendicular to the site, toward the water to get an understanding of elevations. They provided this with spot elevations so that we can get a bit of a better understanding of the slope of the land as it currently exists. You can see there's about 80 feet of drop from that 6,400 number at the top left of your screen down to the bottom. It's a little hard to see. That's, I think, 6,320. So you can start to get an understanding of what the the layout or the land pattern is in that area, the land slope, I should say. Just kind of an informative piece of information. And then we had also asked for a sub-phasing plan for phase 4 because they don't intend to plat all of this area, all 27 plus 29 plus acres. So you can see down there, if you scroll up just a little bit, you can see they've got an approximate phasing plan. It's kind of based on utilities. You can see that the blue area is the first road to be built. That would go all the way out to the community recreation, community village clubhouse. And then phase 2, moving up slope, would be the second phase. And then the green area closest toward the state park, excuse me, would be phase 3. So kind of gives you an idea of what that sub-phasing plan is for phase 4. And actually, that's all I have, unless you want me to kind of walk you through a decision if you were to look for this project or if you were to look against it, looking at findings of fact, conclusions of law, conditions of approval, or rationale for denial. If you want me to walk you through any of that, I'm happy to do that. Otherwise, I'm here to answer questions. I just wanted to make sure you guys had that understanding of the mapping, et cetera, since some folks had asked for that at the last meeting.
From your perspective, is there anything here that is outside of the MDA or the 2010 vested code? Or as far from your perspective, does it comply with those two things?
One thing I can just jump in on from just a legal perspective, and then looking at, as Thomas kind of showed, the development that's being proposed is outside of the R-SPA areas. There is, and at the last meeting, there was a request from the council, at least to prepare a conceptual plan for kind of how the remaining vested units would be developed and how this would play out. And I don't believe that, the council, as part of the MDA, is allowed to ask for request items that have to be responded to in good faith. I can pull up the exact language, but that's in the section 7 of the MDA. And it's a little hard to, on one hand, the way that the vested code reads, it does say that that the pods can move. But it does also say that, it says this process is likely to be highly influenced by market forces. And the plan is subject to frequent changes. As portions of the plan are complete, they may be submitted to Hideout for comment and approval. If approved, the plan will then serve as the guiding design and marketing document for the resort. So I think it is fair, at least for the council under the vested code and the MDA, to ask for a better understanding of how this development is developed, how the layout is going to be, because it is so tied to the R-SPA areas. And when you see, Thomas's, the map as he showed how much the development is outside of what was initially the density pods. And when you look at the MDA, it's defined that the density pods is where the density will happen. Now, that's not to say that they have to keep to it based on what's written in the code, but it does mean that they have to at least give us indications of how it's going to develop. So I don't know if that answers your question exactly, Councilmember Gunn, but I just thought that this was an appropriate place to point that out.
Fair enough, thank you. How would the applicant respond to that?
Thank you, Commissioner. So first off, I think we disagree that any aspect of this is outside of the arts, but I was just pulling out the part. And then this argument's new to me, frankly, so I'm coming to it fresh. But the reality is the MDA very clearly states that the entirety of the project is within the RSPA. So there's no component of this that is outside of the R spot. Beyond that, do I think it's fair for the council to request for additional information at times? Yes, and other provisions for that within the MDA? Yes. Does that hold up our approval process? Under the approval process under the MDA? No, right? I think we're talking about two different things here, right? Can the council say, as we're moving along, we'd like to see a little more information about this or that? Yes. But does that mean that if we have complied with the vested code, council can say, well, we're not going to follow through with an approval on the timeline set out by the MDA, because we have this other request out there outstanding. That's not what that language says, right? And the MDA has very explicit timeline requirements as to when approval should occur, right? And so that, I don't think that language that was decided trumps any of those timelines. Now, we want to be cooperative with council, right? We want council to ultimately, and we have moved pods around specifically at the request of council, right? Where we have placed single family homes in the future as a buffer, that was a request of a prior council, right? Where we've moved the proposed retail up to that corner, that was a request of council. That's not where it was originally shown in the plans, right? So this is a collaborative effort from our perspective, but to say that you have a duty to collaborate with us and act in good faith and provide us information, therefore we don't have to approve this submission tonight. I think that's a misreading of the MDA and the R spot. And so that would be my response.
Holly, how would you reply to them?
I'm just looking at so the way that it reads is just that developers shall respond in good faith to any request for additional information by the town council during its consideration of any development application. And then looking through, the minutes and the recording from last month, it was requested to have that development, how it's going to unfold in the future be laid out. If I said R spot, it is within the R spot. If I misstated that, it is correct. It is within the R spot. It's just that the development is outside of the density pods. And that's under the MDA, it's the density pods where things are supposed to be developed. So in a sense, they are developing these in a way that's not consistent with that original MDA.
If I may quickly, I think Paul, you would admit that the MDA gives us the flexibility to do that.
Right, and I read that language.
Okay, all right.
But it's that you need to still give us, the language from the vested code is, it says, since this process is likely to be highly and this is something that the applicant has also put in many of their presentations to us. But it says, since this process is likely to be highly influenced by market forces, it is anticipated that the programming plan will focus on resort attractions and amenities, not on the required infrastructure, and that the plan will be subject to frequent changes. As portions of the plan are complete, they may be submitted to Hideout for comment and approval. If approved, the plan will then serve as the guiding design and marketing document for the resort. And I guess the disconnect is that we asked for kind of what's the rest of this going to look like? And that hasn't been provided. So it's up to the council to determine how much of a factor that is in moving forward with this phase.
And to be clear, we did provide something. It's just to be clear, right? We provided what we thought the future areas of development would be, a map. And the only thing that I heard Thomas say he didn't like about it is it didn't show proposed roads or I guess as much definition of how that development would occur. Is that, and am I misstating or what you were saying, Thomas, about it? And do you mind maybe and I have to admit, I'm rather frustrated the entire case. I requested staff reports, the staff reports repeatedly. I've done this for several meetings now. I've requested the staff reports in advance as required by law at a minimum 48 hours before the meeting. I have yet to see any of these staff reports. I'm walking in here today blind, seeing these staff reports for the first time, and this is true of our entire group, and that is it's just wrong, right? Because we have no idea what's going to be raised in these meetings. I'm hearing about this for the first time, fresh, right here, and it's very, very frustrating because I can't respond to it in the fashion that I should be able to.
Should we postpone this meeting till you have a chance to read the staff
We,
report?
we don't want to postpone anything, right? We've been at this for a long time. We were prepared to move forward, but I just think, I just want to raise that to your attention because it's just not appropriate, right? We should be given a chance to review what staff thinks of our application and see the report before we come in here and hear about it from the person. So I'm very, very
I would
frustrated.
agree too. I mean, it's only fair.
I agree.
But
So, excuse me, Thomas, in the last meeting, I kind of put you on point, so you're still on point here because I asked you to kind of like keep this organized from your end. Were these reports shared with GCD? at this
So
point?
I would like to say something as well. Thomas did provide this as did Dennis. This was linked online. This meeting was noticed appropriately. And it was also posted on our website. The link, once provided, the link it was broken. I am brand new and I'm so sorry. As soon as it was brought to my attention, however, I was online with Nina Code and I was able to fix it. I also emailed it out to Mr. Yeah.
You said still, I still have not, I'm not able to pull it up.
Log on right now and try to pull up the link, they don't work.
Well, here, should we look?
Well, I'm not sure. I would resolve this after the meeting, so it doesn't sound like you were able to get the information in a timely fashion. So, no blame. There's no sense of passing any blame. It's like, how do we move forward with this? If you feel like you've had not the proper chance to review the information that, you should have been shared with. So you can either, I think you want to proceed forward, that's what I'm hearing. But, then that you're proceeding based upon the fact that your information that you just freely admit was inadequate and not in a timely manner. So as the other council person said, do you want to postpone this or what?
I don't, Mayor, and I raise it just because this is not the first time it's occurred, and I've raised it with Polly because this plan is an issue. Like objected because we've had 2 engineering reports show up the day of the meeting, right, without adequate time to look at them. So I raised it again, and I pointed out this is a violation of law. So I'm really putting this on record, right, because there's a possibility this ends up in court. I want it very clear, right, exactly how this transpired and exactly what we were subjected to in this case. And like I said, it's not the first time. I realize doing the job, I'm sensitive to that. It's a challenge, but this is the 3rd time. I either have not seen a report or received a report hours before me. And that is frankly in my practice, unprecedented. That's never happened. I always get the report at least 48 hours in advance, often the Friday before. So it's just been a recurring issue. That's the only reason I never raised it an issue until this meeting.
I would say contact me. The buck stops here. So, call me and say, I haven't gotten the report. I'll figure out what's going on.
I appreciate it, Mayor. In the future, I'll do that. It's just, they say 3rd time and I hate not being prepared.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fairly open. I know we have conversations, so I would just say, geez, I didn't hear this, so, I wish I did. Anyway, let's not pass any blame around. Let's go to the next level. I don't know if there's any other questions of Thomas before we go, because I have
Also,
one.
just so you know, so Thomas and I have been talking with Thomas today because I knew that it was important that the applicant wants a vote today. So he does have prepared both an approval with conditions or a denial based off of the information that staff has. Of course, that's up to council to adopt or change or amend. We didn't provide it to you because it was kind of in the works, but he has it if you want to see it online or if you want to see it later in the meeting, it's available.
I would like to, I'd like to put Dennis and Thomas on the spot at this point, because you're our paid consultants. You've spent a lot of time on this over quite a few months. What's your impression from your, all 3 of us have a fair amount of gray area, so you've had a lot of experience in the field. You know the town. I'd like your rough opinions on things. I think that's would be useful for the council and for everyone involved. So Thomas, you can be first, or Dennis, give us your perspectives from your point of view and your background.
Want me to go first, Dennis?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Well, I think that, I mean, if I look at what the MDA, if the MDA, if you look at what the MDA allows for, what the MDA provides for, I think it does provide for some flexibility on the part of the applicant. And so I think with regard to general planning issues, whether it's road configuration, build pattern, lot layout, retaining walls and things like that, I think that there is I think that generally the project is in compliance with the earlier town code, the 2010 town code in the MDA. I think that you do have some reasonable authority to actually question the differences from the preliminary plan to this plan. And I think that with regard to some of the horizontal infrastructure work that has taken place and some of the lack of understanding, the lack of information from the Bureau of Reclamation, the BOR, I think that that is information that I think that we would like to have before a final decision is made with regard to what they have to say in terms of the drainage pattern, et cetera. So I think that it's really a decision for you all, but I think there are some outstanding issues that we would like to have answered. But I guess I'll turn it over to Dennis.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I agree with Thomas in that I do feel like, well, let me address one thing. It's some of the timeliness of the report. We're in a situation where, we said the initial submittal was not complete. Then we were kind of told by the applicant, no, it's complete. And then we did get together, and I feel like I felt really good about the interaction there and the communication and the exchange of information. I think that I felt like I was trying to be upfront and provide information, and I feel like that the applicant, especially Jackson and Glenn, were great about providing the information to us and trying to get things done. It was somewhat difficult because things didn't come. I mean, they came in somewhat piecemeal, and part of that was just kind of in the situation we're in. I also will say that I have, as far as codes and the vested code and the MDA, with the town of Hideout, that was all new to me 3 months ago. And, I've been trying to come up to speed with that as well. And I'm not trying to make an excuse for that, but I am saying it did make this more challenging, for me in that regard. And, I think, we worked, and again, I appreciate the information provided by the applicant. I mean, I think in general, based on my report, there are, maybe some items that I think we can work through, or that I wouldn't say would warrant denial. However, from an engineering perspective, I am very concerned about the BOR issue. I would like to see that resolved. That concerns me. And I'm not saying that, what they provided doesn't meet the criteria, but I don't have the criteria, so I don't know. And that's neither our fault nor the applicant's fault. We did meet with the BOR. Again, I felt like that was a constructive meeting. I thought we had a very good path forward coming out of that meeting. However, the BOR really hasn't delivered on what they said. And I don't know what circumstances are with them, and why that hasn't come, but that does make it very hard. And I think it is a big issue. I don't think anybody wants to, be on the wrong side of federal regulations. And as a town, I don't want to do that. I don't think that the applicant does either. And I know that they feel like what they've done would meet the criteria of the BOR, but we don't know what that criteria is. And so I don't know how we make that statement or how I can say, oh yeah, it meets it when I don't know what the criteria is.
I have a question for the applicant. If we back up to the fill issue, and I know this was a little while ago. And if I understood you, Dennis, if I understood what you said the fill is unsuitable according to the geotechnical report, should be removed under the roads. And if I understood the way you clarified it, the footings of the foundations. Do I kind of have a good grip on that, or a decent grip?
Again, I think if the recommendation, Chris, I like the way she said, there's an engineering solution. I mean, if they follow, that's why you do the geotechnical report, right? You find out what's there, what you have to do to mitigate that and make sure that you have stable structures. And I think if those recommendations are followed and strictly followed, yeah, I mean, I think that, there's an engineering solution there.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, go ahead and finish this.
No, that's all. That's good. I'm good.
Okay. And how would the applicant respond on those issues?
I think first off, we disagree that it's undocumented fill. It was very much documented. I mean, these are all of the reports that we've submitted that relate to that fill, right? And much of the fill is actually just cut from the site. You cut the high spots, put it in on the low spots.
Yeah, if the original geotech report was drafted in January 2024. So this is that. We got
Right.
grading.
And that's where it says that. It says in that report, it's on undocumented fill. And I'm not making that term up. That's the term in the geotechnical report.
Sure, but what I want to point out is the timeline. So this was drafted in January 2024. We got the grading permit to start in July of 2024 through to November. So this report was given to Epic Engineering and Sunrock Engineering, that did all the geotech. This has already been satisfied. They've already pulled out all the undocumented fill. They've already done all the testing for the documented fill back in. I've got 2 letters which have been submitted to Dennis, clarifying that everything that has been put back in meets the standard and criteria of the geotech report. So it's already been removed or been put back, it's already been documented and saved. If they want to get a supplemental geotech report to come out again, we can do something.
But the reality is, we don't want satellite on our roads or our structures. That's a huge liability for us. So we've engaged Epic Engineering. We had compaction testing done throughout the entire period that they provided. It's literally hundreds and hundreds of pages. And we intend to do whatever other testing we have to do to make sure that it's fine. So I mean that we plan to address that issue. We don't want to build on.
Hey, JD, if you could
But
read.
when was the fill, may I ask, and again, I'm gonna pull the new guy card, right? When was the fill placed?
The documented fill put back in? It was
Again, you said that the geotechnical part, I'm not trying to be argumentative here, I'm trying to understand. But you stated that the geotechnical report was prepared in January 24. The testing was done after that, but the fill was placed prior to.
when it was placed, it was just brought in and dumped on the site, and there was just all these dump truck loads around. So that was, and it's in the geotech report, some photos of it.
But there was no testing done as that fill was being placed. Am I wrong in saying that? That's my understanding.
Yeah, it was just, all they were saying, it was just a dump truck load dumped there.
Right.
So all they wanted to say is, when this gets placed, we need testing. So those 3 from July of 24 to November of 24 is when all that material got moved around, put in compacted lifts, and then tested. And proctors were taken. So JD, if you read the bottom paragraph of the Epic letter, he also goes on to say, hey, look, there's also gonna be, if go ahead and read it, they'll talk about future testing and all that needs to be done.
The second to last paragraph.
I'm not, it's toward the bottom.
Okay, as site work resumes, Epic Engineering will continue to provide field testing and verification services needed, including compaction testing for utilities, trench backfill, roadway, subgrade, road base, and final grades. All future testing will be completed and reviewed prior to installation of curb, gutter, or asphalt.
In addition, to
Okay,
that,
and in that case, if I may speak, and in that regard, yeah, if they're going to continue to monitor, evaluate, that was the recommendation in the report, and that's what I'm saying. Follow the recommendation in the geotechnical report. So but when I use the term undocumented fill, that was the term that was used. And I mean, and when I say, documented, do we, you said a lot of that came from the site. Do we know exactly where that fill came from? I mean, has that been documented?
came from houses being dug in other areas. So.
Exactly. So it came from, but we don't know exactly. You can't say, okay, this fill came from this site. I mean, it's from other areas. And again, I get that this is, that's pretty standard. I'm not saying it was wrong, but I'm saying when they say undocumented fill, it was undocumented. And I'm not trying to say that that was something improper. But what I'm saying is that, it wasn't documented. And then as that was built up, the compaction tests were done after it was placed.
Right.
But typically, again, when you're doing fill, you fill in lifts, compact, and do some testing, and fill in lifts and compact.
Right.
I haven't, in the reports and in the what was provided, and some of that goes back to I believe and I'm going from memory here, so if my memory is incorrect, I'll say, okay, I'm wrong, but I believe that some of those reports of construction observation when the fill was being placed are from 2022. And some of those reports say that there was, they could not see any, and some of them, not all of them, some of them said they didn't see any compaction equipment on site. Sometimes they said there was just a heavy equipment that would roll over it. But there really wasn't a lot of documentation of what effort was made to compact the fill as it was placed. Now, it has sat on site for a few years, which the soil is going to consolidate and kind of naturally compact to a certain extent. And that's why in the geotechnical report, it says there should be a qualified geotechnical engineer on site that observes what's done in the trenches, in the pavement, and for the foundations to verify that it's suitable for the use that's proposed. And I guess that's my recommendation. So I don't want to fight over the term undocumented fill. Again, that's the term that was in the geotechnical report. But what I'm saying, there are recommendations to address that. I think that those are suitable. And I think if those are followed, I think we're okay.
Yeah.
And I don't and then does the applicant, Glenn, do you agree with me on that? If we follow that and make sure it's.
Of course. So a lot of those documentations have been done all the land of last summer. And they'll be done in the future. And Epic specifically says all roads, trenches, curbs, and all utilities will be documented and tested. Now, in addition to that, regarding the foundations, part of our building permit process with the town, when we click on a building permit, every single unit, we have to have a geotech or a compaction test on that specific unit and that specific address. That's been standard for years. We get that. It's uploaded on the building permit site.
Yeah.
The inspector
We're on the same page there. I don't dispute that at all. I think we're fighting over the term undocumented, fighting, wrong word, sorry. But I think we're disagreeing on the term undocumented fill, which I think is kind of irrelevant. I mean, I'm going to call it undocumented fill because we don't know the source. We don't know exactly where it came from. That part isn't documented. Okay.
Fair enough.
What we do with that fill, what we do with that fill and what we do with the structures that are built on that fill, I'm comfortable. I'm okay with what you're saying is going to happen there. And that's a recommendation in the report. So I think we're on the same page. I think we're just having a disagreement about, it's semantics. And I think that I don't want to waste any more time on that. Because I think as far as the remedy for it, I think we agree.
We're already going through the remedy. We'll continue. So.
And that remedy will continue
absolutely.
as outlined by this Epic report, that service and that the inspection will go on.
Sure.
Okay.
And we'll probably stack of paper.
And that was my recommendation. So again, I think we're on the same page.
All right.
Sure. As Ralph would say, I think you're in violent agreement.
Very violent. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
That answers my question. Thank you.
All right,
Well,
Mayor, I've got something to ask about. Maria, when you have a moment, can you scroll forward into the packet toward the bottom, like the last fourth page from the bottom of the packet? I think this is clear enough to look over to GCD as some questions. So there is one image provided by the applicant. And it shows the community center as well as two buildings that are on a large retaining wall as well as another. So it's like the fourth image from the bottom. You're almost there. Keep going. Okay, wait, you had it. Well, go back up. One more image. That's the one. Can you focus in on the one that shows the pool and yeah, that one. I don't know if you can make it a little bit bigger and center it. Yeah, that's perfect. If you could scroll up a bit, that would be awesome.
All right.
There we go. That's probably good. Can you explain to us what we're looking at here, the applicant, since you provided it? Is this an accurate rendering of what you're expecting this area to look like?
One of the building locations in the clubhouse and pool, it's pretty accurate.
Okay.
Those little retaining walls there, that was just kind of the 3D rendering company. Those aren't necessarily to scale.
Okay.
And then in addition to that, you know, kind of in there is where the new basin would be. That's been on the civil drawings that didn't show up on these 3D concept plans.
And the basin is the detention basin,
Correct.
which could be part of that reclamation
Correct.
requirement, and we don't know how big it has to be or
Right.
what it has to be. But let me get to my question then. How do we define natural grade? Natural grade is the grade, that before area was disturbed, what was there naturally before any kind of construction, correct? Or do we agree with that's the definition of natural grade?
I'm not sure that the town has in the definitions in the MDA of what natural grade is.
Natural grade is mentioned in the MDA. And specifically about building heights. So the 2010 vested code says building heights cannot exceed 35 feet above natural grade. So I'm just looking at some of these diagrams we have that are supposed to lead us into understanding what this looks like, right? And yeah, I know you're making an effort to make it as accurate as possible, but how do you measure the height? And how do you measure the height of a structure from natural grades when you have up to 14 feet of fill? Does that mean your building is you lose 14 feet of height on your building because natural grade is 14 feet below that?
Can you, Chris, please read the definition under the MDA of natural grade?
Chris, do you want me to do that for you?
Love that. Thanks, Thomas.
So the prior town code, the 2010 town code under 1102.102 definitions defines building height as the vertical distance measured from the corresponding natural grade point to the highest point of the roof. And grade, natural grade, is defined as a measurement of the degree of slope on the undisturbed natural surface of the ground.
So that's in the vested code from 2010.
Correct.
It feels like it's going to dramatically impact your concept here. At least as the drawings you've given us, because I take a look at that and I'm like, wow, how can that building be so tall? Because there's a bunch of fill under it. How can we know what your intent is there for developing all the areas where there's fill over natural grade? We're talking about the fill to make this taller, not, excavating to make it below grade. So are you intending for these 3-story buildings to then have one floor that is dug in and goes all the way down to natural grade?
And one thing I can't answer, Chris, is where this particular building is, whether its slab is sitting on a natural grade, because yes, the 3D company is showing a 3-tiered wall. That could just as easily be a 1-to-1, a 2-to-1 slope. But this is an RBMD zone. I believe it's 6 stories. We can be up to 6 stories, not 3 stories. So even with the interpretation of natural grade under the RVMD zone, because this is an RVMD pod, we can be 6 stories rather than
No,
3.
it's only, I thought RBHD was 6 stories.
RVMD, I have it right here. Yeah.
Holly, can you verify that?
Just for clarification, the RVMD has a building height building heights are limited to 42 feet or 3.5 stories, whichever is greater.
That's RMD. Yeah, this is RVMD, Thomas.
We're
RVMD.
going back to the density pod question, and where the density pods are located, because where this is in that, well, I'm gonna call it no man's land, because I don't know what to call it, but it's in that peachy area back in Thomas's, illustration. There's no density pod right there that is in purple, like I would expect, or for high density, or whatever the other color was, for the medium density. And so, how do we know what your intent is with respect to these density pods and how you're moving them around? I'm still trying to figure out if what you're proposing here is actually allowable under the 2010 code and the MDA as far as.
Well,
building
when we met with you, it was, you could ask any question. This isn't a question that you asked. I'm wondering why you're asking it now.
I think I met with you in the summer, right?
It was probably 2 months ago we met. But the question as far as how the pods have worked, there's nothing in the MDA that we're aware of that says with exactness, and that's not what Thomas asked us for. Thomas said, what does the future growth look like? The one thing that we will not exceed is it's the matrix, which Thomas has that slide. How much of it's RVMD? And we have the slide available. Phase 2 of Shoreline was initially an RVMD. And we could have been, I think it's up to phase 3 was RVMD. There was no complaint by the council when we didn't do that RVMD. We did that RMD. And so
it was initially supposed to be 145 units in phase 3. We did 47, and that included 15 and 20 plexes in phase 3.
And this slide we have provided to the council. So it's not something that we've been sitting on. It's not something that you don't have, but we did show what is happening with the prior pods and the current pods.
So how do you address the height? The height question that I.
Sure, but because this pod is an RVMD, we can go up to 6 stories. These are 3 stories. So we're not in excess of the height restriction for an RVMD.
And I did look back and correct. I did quote the 42 feet is for RMD. If it for the RVMD pod, the little pod that's up near Shoreline, that is up to 6 stories in height.
Okay, so now it gets very confusing, right? Because I remember the original MDA and all of the pods and where the 6-story buildings can be, and I don't recall anywhere.
And I don't think
6-story building in any place in Shoreline.
And I don't think on the preliminary plan we showed any, in fact, we didn't show any 6-story buildings. We just showed density. But with respect to your question in this phase, are these exceeding a 6-story building? No, they're not.
And it is in the preliminary plan under the notes that Thomas has in his slideshow, showing 10, 15, and 20 plexes. And the only way to have 10, 15, and 20 plexes is to go up, is to go vertical.
I'm talking about in this location, close to the state park, right? You're not gonna be putting super tall things, right? It's gonna be blocking the views of the people behind it.
Yeah,
That's not your intent,
in this phase,
right?
from the street level and the downhill units, it's gonna be a main floor with an upstairs. And then, in the uphill units, it'll be a garage level, main floor and upstairs, exactly similar to Wrestler. The Wrestler uphill plans will be just basically the same thing as here.
Right. Hold on a second, Maria, when you get a moment, can you zoom out and let's look at another example? I mean, can you back out? You're a little zoomed in too much, but I can't see the building below. Okay, so, go to any other example where we're sort of seeing the front row. I'll tell you what page.
Ira?
Yeah, no, that, I think we're gonna have to stick with that one and just look at the lower buildings, the ones below the one with the big wall. Yeah, the ones below the wall. So,
Right here.
you know, the other one that you were on, what,
Right
stop right there.
Yeah, just the lower left.
The lower left portion of that image you wanna look at. And then scroll down. There you go. Okay. So what's the height of that building in this rendering? Is that 42 feet? Is that 35 feet?
We haven't done all construction drawings yet,
I
but
mean, it's a concept, so what's your,
I doubt that.
The problem we have with the concept plan, Chris, is this, for example, part of the reason that when they put this into the rendering software, there is a depression there that's artificially made, right? We're creating a new retention basin right there, and that software just picks it up and throws it out there. So natural grade, because we're going down with a retention basin, is much higher than what that shows right there. And this is because we're really not at the stage where we can tell you affirmatively, this is the height this will be from natural grade.
it sounds like you can't even tell me that there won't be a whole retention basin there with no buildings, because you might, like you said, where you gonna retain the water if that's where the retention basin is?
Well, that's a large area right there. There will be a retention basin.
Yeah, the rendering's not showing the horizontal distance between the retaining walls and the back of those uphill plans, but these are very similar to an Eastwood plan in Rustler. You can drive over there.
And if you scroll down one more slide, you can see the fronts. Keep going. It's a little bit to the right, I believe. You can barely see the front, but it's only 2 stories above grade from the downhill perspective. If you can zoom in.
Above natural grade or above the fill?
That road right there is, I would say, close to natural grade. Yeah.
Okay. And where is the 14? Where are the things that are up to 14?
Specifically, that area is in the area to get the new 12-inch sewer line in for the town. There's a depression there and an old basin that was different than this other basin. That was the 14-foot of fill to get that up, to get the sewer line in for the town to gravity feed. Otherwise, we would have a 12-inch sewer line, up in space. So that, it was just a small area, an old basin that was not natural grade because it was originally put there by the first dead man pump station for an overflow. That's what that area is. That's where the full 14-foot of fill happened.
It's incredibly expensive to place fill, so we did not put 14.
Yeah,
foot fill
most
across
of,
the
yeah,
entire
most of the
site.
sites fairly cut and fill, slow.
I've lived here for a long time, right? That area was naturally sloping.
Yeah,
Right,
but
but you
it's,
kind of flattened it. You kind of
well,
flattened
it still slopes 80 feet from the top to the bottom.
it. Okay.
So, and it's pretty close to natural what it used to slope, just cutting the road down.
I mean, Chris, I would propose, if you want to put a condition of approvals in that the ultimate buildings will comply with
With the,
building height requirements
that's fine.
applicable under the MDA and the 2010 code, I think we're perfectly fine with that. And we'll make sure it does.
Yeah.
What I don't still understand is the density pods and how you're saying that this is, resort, RBMD versus RBHD. Who made that determination? Anybody?
There hasn't been, I mean, when you look at the original MDA, it talks about the density pods, and we have that map that were adopted. It allows for, as we've talked several times, to change them, but there's no process.
But who gets to change them?
Not. So, and at least.
I mean,
it
normally
should
we
be-
control,
Right.
our zoning. If we, it's a legislative decision, right, to change a zone.
Yeah, I just wouldn't share.
it's not, Chris, it's helpful, it's not, there was a lot of flexibility built in the MDA. You recall my last presentation, I talked at length about the legislative versus administrative decision. And we're here in the context of an administrative decision. Because unlike the MDAs that you're entering into today, where you can negotiate these things and you're building much more rigidity into that MDA. I worked on the Wild Horse project with Nate, who works with me. And we're building much more rigidity into it and mechanisms where you can control what occurs. That is, you have your own attorney that can speak to this, but that is not the MDA, right? That we're talking about here. This MDA allows for very broad flexibility in terms of how we move that around. And that's been moved previously at the request of council to allow for a better layout. Let's put the single family homes further up and closer to the existing homes so that we don't have conflict there. Let's shift some of the other density down. And so you do have a lot of density. The reality is what the MDA says that we have 700 units that we can use within this space and several zoning designations that were with it, but it allowed flexibility in how we move those around. And I think earlier the conversation we had is, as Polly says, the council can request information on how that will look in the future and we can collaborate on that. But that's different than saying you have to come back for us and get explicit permission every time you make any change to where you're building the density. The MDA here allows us that flexibility to move that density. And we have shot slides that we can share on that if you allow, Jackson.
I can share if you.
Jackson.
I am Jackson, yeah.
Yeah, yes.
There you can see we have a chart of exactly what the original preliminary plan was in terms of where the density would be allocated and what it would be, the type, right? So here's an analysis we created between the preliminary plan and the final plan, the comparison of the two, right? And with our prior phases. So in phase one, single family attached, we built 42 units, right? Our preliminary plan was for single family attached, 42 units, 2.5. Ultimately, we built 50 single family attached, right? Slightly different than what was originally. Same with phase two, right? Which was single family attached, 111 units. We ended up building at 102. And you can see on the side, it talks about the various episodes that we built. And this follows throughout. Phase 7 is supposed to be stacked flats. We didn't build stacked flats because it was adjoining existing single family homes. Instead, at the request of council at the time, we built single family attached, right? 47 units, 4.4. No, anyway, in a duplex format, 4.8 units per acre. So we decreased the density there. But when we decrease density in one unit, we have to increase density in another unit. And that's where it goes between the various designation types.
Did we
So
receive
here
this
go.
already?
Yeah,
Yes.
Was it in that 1,000-page packet?
it's in the 42-page packet one.
But and
It wants to.
that's right.
Justin, do you have, so like as part of this chart, I don't see any, like which which density pod are you saying each phase? You know, how do, because I think that's to Commissioner Baier's
But we have another.
point of how does he know, how does the council know what phase is connected to what, or what portion of your project is connected to what density? And I also do want to just make sure that it's clear, the town has always committed to the fact that there are the 700 units permitted. That's, I just want to make sure that that has always been very clear and we have never questioned that. In terms of 700 units, I think it's 580 ERUs or
So
something.
if they underbuilt in every single unit, it would stand to reason that we should expect higher density in other parts, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Sure, ultimately they get 700 per.
700 is the number. Thank you, Colin.
Yes, and this is I think it's also helpful, we talked about this in the prior meeting, but what we're showing is potentially being built in this phase 4 is the maximum density that would be built, right? We anticipate that there will be a mix of unit types, right, within those footprints that we're showing. But we're showing all the highest density unit type, even though past practice shows that's not what ultimately.
Right.
It's built by the market.
I made that clear.
So, yeah, that we do not believe that that will not be proposed. Now, this was phase 1, PA1, preliminary plan versus what was built, right? And you can see the difference. Right. And we know the was this RVMA or you know the RMD, this was the RMD zone. Phase 2, you can see the preliminary plan on the left, the ultimate approved plan on the right, right? So you can see it was meant to be under the preliminary plan 4, 6, and 7 plexes. And as Jackson, I think, pointed out earlier, the only way you go denser in the same square footage is you go up, right? So it would be a taller unit that was contemplated. Instead, under the final approved plan, we constructed 4 plexes, single family attached, which would not be as tall, right? Not going as dense as we could have done, which is how we result in fewer units. Phase 3, these were supposed to be under the preliminary plan PA7 stacked flats. This was supposed to be a very dense location, right? You're supposed to have 145 units, 10, 15, and 20 plexes. And I can give you an example of what one of those would look like, but it's basically a large apartment building, right? Stacked flat, very tall, very tall. This is what was contemplated as 6-story. It would easily be 70 feet. Because of feedback we got from council, that's not what we constructed in that location. Instead, the final approved plan was single family attached. So we downsized, right? In that circumstance at the request. And we built 47 units instead of 145. This is what phase 3 could have looked like, right? This is what a 20-plex contemplated under PA7 phase 3 could potentially have looked like, not what we constructed, right? And not what we're looking to construct now, even though that is the underlying base density zoning that we have under the MGA. So anyway, that hopefully that's helpful, but that's what
It is helpful, since I think I've done it before, let's go back to your phasing plan, if you will. So, Maria, can you go to the phasing plan? That's the one that has the blue, red, and green lines. What page is that? 12. Which one? Oh, it's page, it may not be page 12 of the packet, it's page 12 of the exhibits.
I don't know if I'm going the wrong way or the right way.
It's earlier in the packet, so you are going the right way. You're going the right way. So while she's finding that, so phase 1, you're showing in blue, which is kind of the mid section, right? Phase 2 is the upper section, and phase 3 is the section closest to the state park. Do I have that right?
Phase 4 would be the section closest to the city park.
I don't see a phase 4 on here.
This is phase 4, but then we anticipate doing it in 3 different sections. But again, this is all subject to market conditions. And.
All right, well, let me get to my point.
Okay.
So if you're developing the phase closest to the park last, is that what you have?
Perhaps, yeah.
Okay. Are you gonna have to drive through all the neighborhoods to get there for all the construction? Like, we've had this problem over and over again here. There's no great construction access, you remember.
Yeah.
All the dirt import, whatever you were doing. It's just a real challenge.
Yeah, understand.
Any thoughts on how you're going to handle that?
Recreation Lane doesn't have any homes fronting on it because it comes down. So all the construction traffic would come down Recreation Lane and then turn off into the individual, whether it's Grove's Edge, Vantage Lane, or, the Eric Court or Bingham Lane. So all those lanes tee off of Recreation, so we bring down the construction. In fact, if you notice, there's no homes fronting off Recreation anywhere on other phases as you come down.
I think to add to that, the reason that we phased it the way we did, Chris, we're starting in the middle, which is kind of odd. You wouldn't typically
Exactly, starting in the middle, you're doing the top and the bottom.
We're starting in the middle because we are putting in a new pump station. Sewer pump station is a part of this. And that is where that infrastructure runs. That is where it's going to be. So that is the first area we're going in because that is something that the town needs. And we've agreed to do. We've already, part of the reason we've already created the site is because we began work for that pump station, right? Installing that. And so that is just a pressing need of the community that's driving that. And that's also, we've agreed that at the 100th door, we're gonna complete the clubhouse and everything else, and it's a part of that phase. So we have it in that first phase. So it's just not ideal in development standpoint to start through the middle, but it's the constraints of what's occurring in this approval that's requiring that benefits, frankly, the town and the members of the community with both the sewer lift pump station going in, the sewer lift pump station, and then also the amenities associated with the development. So from there, we're gonna be impacting either side, and we opted to go for the smaller development up top.
Okay, I appreciate the explanation. That's helpful. Because we are gonna get complaints. You're gonna get complaints about construction.
I can never guess. Do you have anything further?
No, I think.
Anybody else?
Oh, people. So, anything further?
So we can, we've heard from Thomas, we've heard from Dennis, we've heard not enough from Polly. I'd like to hear a little bit on the MDA and how the legal fits in. You have our three primary consultants here. So Polly, do you have anything to add or to clarify, because you brought up things along the way? Is there anything that you'd like to add specifically, or you want to wrap everything together from a legal standpoint?
And also I just want to make sure that we don't forget to open a public hearing. So I just,
No, that's on the calendar.
okay.
I don't know what, we may have to take a break. But go ahead,
Yeah,
Paul.
so, I mean, I guess I would just say that, you know, we have, there are a lot of different things that the council needs to weigh. And there are a lot of considerations that are out there that, that you need to work through. And, you know, I think the applicant would like you to consider the big issues as brought up by engineering and planning in terms of, conditions of approval. It can also be a denial based on those reasons because they are still outstanding. And just to give you, just kind of high level, you know, if there is a approval and there are conditions of approval, then you could condition those approvals that you wouldn't sign the plat, that the plat wouldn't be signed or recorded until those, requirements are met. And that's done, that is done typically. If you if there is a denial, and as I mentioned, Thomas has put together, just based on the information we had before this meeting, related to the key topics that we know of, put kind of reasonings. If there is a denial, just so you're aware, the MDA has a requirement that there's a meet and confer within 15 days. Any denial has to be in writing. And then the applicant developer has the ability to meet and confer with 15 days to go over that. If we're not able to, you know, come to a solution there, then, sorry, I'm trying to get back to then, you would have a mediation. This is 7/15, that would occur. And then if that's not resolved, then of course there could possibly be litigation. In addition, there is a provision about denials of development applications based on denials from non-town agencies. And again, this is a little bit of a gray area, I have to say. I wish it was, but you know, with that BOR letter and the information we have from them, it makes it very difficult for the town to address it. And as Dennis mentioned, it's hard, you know, we immediately, the moment they told us you needed to apply for the permit in order to try to address this issue. We applied, I think Dennis applied that day or within hours of receiving it, if not within 24 hours of receiving it. So we have, moved haste forth, knowing that the applicant.
Polly, can I
Yeah.
correct you on that? I have not done that. I have not applied because I did not have the criteria for the drainage design, and that was what the application. So I have the information, but I have not applied yet. But I will do that when we get that from the BOR.
Okay, so I misinterpreted. So what you sent back to the BOR immediately after was, please give us the criteria so that we can.
Yeah, it was a request for, yeah, and that was, and actually, I mean, and understandably so, Glenn has been, say, Dennis, please contact him, please contact him. I'm like, Glenn, okay, yeah, I will, and I have, and I think everybody's anxious to get that because it's a big deal, and we want to get past that, and it's hard because both parties don't have the information.
And the challenge is, I think, as I understand it, and this is hard to balance, is that without knowing, it may be possible that it's fine, right? Like that they've engineered it and everything's good, but without that criteria, you have to balance, would that change what's proposed? And so I don't know how you evaluate a plat that might not be that they'd have to come back for, but that is an option. So that's, that's kind of what you have to weigh. So I think that, those are kind of the main points. And then as you talked about, having the area where phase 4 is part of kind of the R-SPA undesignated density pod. So it's unclear what zone staff is supposed to be utilizing to make sure that they're complying with the density zone that they are, because it's in an area that's not designated for a density pod. We're not saying that they can't, but we need to know what part of the vested code we should be applying. So those are kind of some of the key issues that you need to evaluate and decide on.
So Justin, do you want to share what your thoughts are? Because I think those are pretty important points.
Yeah.
I'd like to try to understand what, how to interpret this from your angle as well.
Yeah, let's start with the elephant in the room, if we are the BOR, right? I think that's the only issue that people have said we could approve with some condition, or there's some question about the condition on it. We do think it can be approved with condition. One of the main things to realize, I realize we inundated you with engineering specs in our 1,000 pages.
Thank you.
A big portion of that is section 5. This is our stormwater plan. This is our stormwater plan. And part of the engineer who's going to be on council next time around had read through this, and he and I talked about it last time because he talked about, I think it's Brian Kimber.
Right.
Yeah, he didn't know where there was adequate ripping given the volume of historical flow water that we're piping through the site, right? And I was able to show that to him afterwards, exactly where we engineered that. The reality is we have LEI Engineering, one of the top stormwater engineering firms in the state that works with the BOR all the time. That's who prepared this for us. This was not cheap. They didn't skimp. They performed a complete analysis as to what we should do with that stormwater, how it should be handled. That's what's on our proposed plat. All historical flows that are coming through the drainages will be piped through the property. That was an original request of Gordon Baier. We not entered into any of the existing systems. We pipe it through. It's coming into the right facilities to service that water before it leaves the property, so that there's no trespass, no water quality issues. And that's the historical flows. Everything that is on site caused by us, because we are putting more impervious surfaces, and that's going to be handled through the engineering specs there in the stormwater system that we're putting in and then turning over to the town. Part of the reason that the town has to apply for the permit of the BOR is because the system is ultimately going to be the town's, right? That's why it's there. So we are fairly confident, based on what our engineers are telling us who work at the BOR, that this meets all of their criteria. But we can't know that for sure until they come forward and tell Dennis, yes, this meets the criteria, here they are, you're good. But we are confident it can be done. And if the concern that we're gonna have to reduced density or anything like that. We have massive amounts of space where we can facilitate whatever we need to do to accommodate the criteria that they may put in place, right? The reality is we're very confident about the system we've designed, given the experts we've hired and what they're telling us. But we're gonna solve that problem. There's no way we can't solve that problem. It wouldn't matter if it wasn't the BOR. If this was just an adjoining landowner, we can't commit trespass. We can't put water out on their property. That's a trespass, right? So we are going to solve this problem. We are committed to solving this problem. That's why we think the appropriate take is just have a condition of approval. We prepared a language that we think would work, that I can show you, that just addresses it, says you will, and whether that's before recording of the plat, great. You know, we hope to get this done pronto, right? We're not holding back. We've spent the money for the design. We are literally just waiting on the BOR, and hopefully they just green light. If they don't, we'll make the modifications we have.
Why is it so important that we make a decision tonight instead of really waiting for the reclamation to come back with those requirements and everyone? Your engineering, our engineering, reclamation, central legal art district, perhaps even the state park. Why is it so important for you to have this approval tonight instead of waiting for that?
Because we want finality about what our final condition is, right? We've been at this for over 14 months, right? It's been more than a year that we've been going back and forth on these issues, and new issues crop up all the time, right? That are not part of the vested code. We understand that we're building in an area where we've already built adjacent and people have strong opinions, but we need to get moving. And if we come down to conditions of approval, that gives us a clear path, right? You're telling us, okay, this is what it is. We don't want to have to come back for more town council meetings. And the NDA doesn't require us to, right? Says this is what you get in a
If we give you denial tonight and give you the exact conditions for the reason for denial, that will meet what you're saying. You'll know exactly what you have to do. There won't be any more, oh, by the way, here's another problem. Oh, by the way, here's another problem. These are the, whatever the conditions are. If we do a denial tonight, come up with that conditional, that official written conditions. We give it to you, we've got however many days to respond. I don't know what the details are. That's what you're looking for, so that you have finality. And we can get very, very close. Wait for whatever those conditions might be that the council wants to decide on. And then we're almost there. And then we will be there once those conditions are met.
There's two paths we can choose tonight. Either one will give us finality, right? We will get finality tonight. One path is you approve with conditions and you set out the conditions that we have to meet in order to record our plat and move forward, right? Based on the input from staff. That's one path. That's finality as to where we go based on the conditions you impose. The other is that you deny, right? There's no conditions there because it's just denied based on the findings and conclusions of law that are prepared by staff. Down that path, there's finality as well, right? Because you're not saying if you solve this, this, and this, you're saying we're denying because of X, Y, and Z, right? Mm-hmm. We believe that there is no grounds under the vested code in the NDA to deny our application, right? So we'll have finality. We'll say we're done. Deal with town council. We will go through the mediation process that's set out within the code. We've looked very closely at it. We understand that. And then we will go to the court of law and we'll go to a judge and we'll say, Judge, we have a contract with the town of Hideout. They're not living up to the terms of the contract. You should reverse their decision. So we have finality, right? Either way. One, obviously there's a path that I think is a better path, right? That I think actually keeps the town of Hideout in the driver's seat. Right? We are agreeing to reasonable conditions in this context, including as it relates to the Bureau of Reclamation, right? There's nothing though in the vested code from my perspective that says we have to get a Bureau of Reclamation approval before we can have this through. Now, what Paulie said is it's a gray area. Well, guess what happens? Gray areas in my world mean litigation, right? That's where we determine what the gray areas really mean, right? But our position is that we don't believe it's gray, right? It wouldn't matter if it was the Bureau of Reclamation next door or if it was a rancher. We can't discharge ground. We won't discharge or trespass onto that property. We won't. It's not going to do that, and that's why we're okay agreeing to a condition of approval. But that's our position on it, Chris. We want finality. Either approach brings us finality. We have a preference, obviously.
Thanks, Dustin. think that concludes the advisory part, unless you want to add anything to Justin's remarks.
No, I would just say, there's also, I mentioned this before, an arbitration provision related to water quality impacts, pollution impacts are subject to arbitration. But otherwise, I think I have nothing more to add.
And it does say federal, I think there is the word federal in the MDA, if I remember correctly, but in any case, I got your point, Dustin. That's the elephant in the room, is BOR for one. And how you're gonna deal with it. And how, I mean, our engineer has to deal with it with you guys to some extent, whether it's, we finalize this in one direction or another. The BOR is gonna trump us all at this point, in a sense. Whatever they come up with, we have to comply with, and you have to comply with. And my concern on that level is the town will have to comply to monitor. And so that some of those things we don't know, nobody's told us what we have to do and how much we invest in. So if there was an approval, all that would have to be in the conditions, so to speak. Does that make sense? Or you tell me, Dustin, you're the attorney here, so
Yeah.
stand up and be
No,
counted, so to speak.
I think that's right. Conditional approval has to show that we have to get the POR sign on it. Now, the expense of putting in the system is ours, right?
Well, we have an expense too, so that,
Associated with long-term maintenance.
that's my
Right.
concern.
That's my concern.
And so, we don't know all those details. So how do we make a good conditional based upon, if we lead into a conditional acceptance, how do we protect the town? I'm gonna lead this to Polly and Dustin. I'll put you guys both on the spot. How do we protect the town, in those scenarios? Give us what you would do. Or Polly, is there anything we can?
I think it's important to hear how, because I know that the developer applicant would, they would prefer an approval with conditions. So I think that having them discuss how they see that unfolding with the.
Which I'm not, again, I mean, first of all, I may not even be voting here, I'm just giving you my opinion. But we wanna have really, if the conditions, whatever they are going forward, we need to know what they are from your standpoint, what you're gonna stand behind. So there's always been issues here with any of the, I mean, the kind of the rap against developers is they didn't come through after the fact. So, we need to precondition this in really tight writing then, that you're gonna, we'll work with you and you're gonna pony up something here. So what is that, Dustin?
So I guess to get to the risk that you identified, right? It's all about mitigating that risk. So the risk you identified is the long-term maintenance cost of the system, right? So walking that back, the reality is, under the NDA and the approval documents here, I don't think the town has any ability to turn away from that risk, right? It's not as if the BOR today said, yep, we're good with what they proposed. LEI's plan looks great. It's not as if the town could look at it and say, no, we don't like it. We're gonna deny you. Because the NDA actually has a provision and it's specifically stating that if we have it from a stamped engineer, that it's good, then the town has to accept it, right? As being good.
Polly, do you agree with that?
Well,
Sorry, I don't mean to separate you two, but we need to get to both opinions.
yeah, no, so, I mean, I think though, if the BOR says they're okay with their engineering, then I'm not an engineer, but I think our engineer would say, great. And then we would make our application and everything would go forward and there wouldn't be, the town would be protected. The developer would be protected, the future residents there would be protected, the Jordanelle would be protected, which I think is ultimately what we all care about, right? That's a major factor here. But if it turns out that there are conditions that the DOR says, no, this isn't gonna work, then it makes it really difficult for how does the town then do we just start from scratch? Is it, you know, they'll have to come back and amend, like, it just makes it much more difficult to wrap our head around what's being approved. And that's kind of, I guess, a question of how much of a comfort level does the council have related to that? Because I think it will be difficult to know, and hopefully, I mean, I can't imagine, I don't know why the BOR hasn't provided us with these criteria, but.
They have, so.
But they
you
have.
can't answer that. So I get your point. So sorry for taking this over here for a bit, because these are important. For me, at least, they're important. So how would you answer Holly on this?
So the answer is tomato, right? If the BOR comes back and says this plan is not enough, you've got to come up with a different plan that satisfies X, Y, and Z. And that requires us to take a completely different look at our layout and completely redo our MDA. If all it is based on a condition approval that says you can't record, recording a plat is what makes it effective, right? So if we can't record it because of that, we've got to go back to the drawing board. We probably have to reapply based on an entirely new scope of design. I'm running down this hypothetical, right? Let's go down the other hypothetical. You did not, right? And we go through the mediation and litigation process. If during that process, the BOR comes back and says, this doesn't work, right? You need to make those X, Y, and Z changes, same fact pattern. We're back to having to refile an amendment plat if it's a substantial change. We don't think that's gonna happen, but if it does, right? So the outcome is the same. I don't see the difference in how things play out. One, just frankly, the attorneys make way more money than the other, right? But the outcome of what we would have to do to satisfy the BOR would be exactly the same, right? Under either scenario.
Don't you think that the timeline of waiting for the BOR to state their requirements and for y'all and Hideout to agree and understand what they are and make modifications would be shorter than to go to litigation, which then involves, you know, you're going to mediation or whatever you're going to first, and then you start in the court. Once you're in the court, then it's going to just drag out. How is that to your benefit?
I can't speak to how quickly BOR would act. I know that I
But
want.
quicker than the courts.
I spent 3 years waiting on a decision from the Army Corps of Engineers and was told that was not at all unusual, right? So I can't speak to how long it's gonna take a federal entity to weigh in here, right? And so.
When's the last time you met with them? I mean, I know you guys had a meeting a couple months ago,
We had
and then
been,
what?
we had been hounding them nonstop.
They've actually said they don't want to meet with us or even talk with us. They wanted the BOR, they wanted to interact directly with your engineer.
Okay, great. So our engineer's been trying to contact them. It is the holidays, granted, right? So I don't have a full council, well, Christophe's flying somewhere probably. But, you know, it is the holidays. It's cut them a little slack because they also have families at holidays. And let's just assume that they'll be back. And also they were probably, you know, a little hamstrung because of the government shutdown and they were probably having to catch up. But my question is still valid. Wouldn't it seem like a shorter timeline to just work with the BOR and Central Utah Water Conservancy than it would be to go down the litigation path for you guys? Because you did state you want to get going on this.
I can't respond as to what their timeline would be. That's the problem. I've dealt with federal entities.
I've dealt with BOR myself, you know, because I needed their approval 10 years ago when we wanted to develop a trail network on reclamation land. So it's just a matter of getting the right person who happens to be in that role, getting their attention. And if it takes, you know, Dennis driving down to Provo to go meet with the guy, wherever his office is, you know, I'm sure we'll be able to make that work out. But I know that Dennis is giving it his best shot, and you know, it may take them a while. But again, if it takes them 6 months, isn't that quicker than going through litigation?
I don't think we would ever take the hammer off. We would always continue to work with Bureau of Reclamation under either path we go down. But we are looking for finality, like I told you.
So once you're into litigation, we're into litigation.
You can always settle litigation.
If I might back up just a bit on the maintenance issue for Hideout, it's just a stormwater system. there's stormwater boxes, there's stormwater pipes. And when LEI, from a year and a half ago, when we first started this, isn't brought up, we had an original stormwater plan. And when LEI got involved, they said, no, this doesn't work. So all the pipes upsized, all the stormwater boxes doubled, there was a big detention basin put in. It's 170,000 gallons, whatever it is, the riprap. There's also a system called a base saver, which is this huge device that goes in the end of the hammerhead and underground. There's some manhole covers on top. And that device separates the oils that land on the road. There's filtration systems inside that. That device alone is $300,000. So as a company, we directed our engineers to design a Class A top-notch system that would be easy to maintain for the town. Because we're gonna be here for future phases. We're not gonna build a crappy system that's gonna provide the town with long-term problems. So it's a Class A system now. If the DOR comes back and says, hey, we actually want your discharge points to go from what you have here to this number that might be slightly lower. All that entails is enlarging the stormwater basin and putting a different orifice plate on the discharge pipe. So, right now there's a certain size plate in there that would allow X amount of water to go through that hole. They say, no, you need to slow it down a little bit. All that's gonna entail is a smaller plate to let less water going out and a little bit bigger basin. We have room to put a bigger basin in that area if we need to. So there's not a lot here that would really change. And as far as the maintenance for the town, we've already committed to put a Class A system in. They're welcome to review it, look at all the storm boxes, look at the base saver system. It's a top-notch system. So there's not a lot that would change.
And
If I might add, I in no way mean to question the qualifications or the engineering that has been done. I haven't looked at it. I'm just saying, I don't know what that criteria is. They don't. LEI, I know by reputation. I've never worked with them directly, but like I said, I do know them by reputation. I know they do good work. And so I don't question that. And it may very well be that even if that criteria, maybe it's a matter of just making a few minor changes. But again, we don't know. And I guess that's, this is a decision that has to be made by the council, as far as, what that risk is, what direction they want to go. I guess I'm done. Eject.
Yes, Glenn, we'll take a couple more comments, and I think we need a 5-minute break here.
With the DOR guys, they said, we're only concerned about two things.
Sorry, go ahead.
We're only concerned about the discharge rate to historical lake. And we're only concerned about the water quality coming out. And as long as you guys comply with those two criteria, we're good. We don't care how you accomplish it. That's all we care about. So, like I said, we've already calculated LEI, the historical flows for the 100-year storm. In fact, LEI said, Glenn, we only need to do it for the 50-year storm. We've calculated for the 100-year storm. And your water quality is going to meet their criteria and your discharge rates. Now, yeah, we need to get it, but LEI's done work with the BOR all over this state. They said, I already know what their criteria is. So
this is why we're confident with the condition of approval, because
But I mean, the only thing I would say, and I don't disagree with you, Glenn, but if it's taken them that long to get the criteria, I don't know that the BOR knows what their criteria is.
And that may be part of the to me, you've got historical drainage. Then they're good.
I agree with you. I don't disagree with what you're saying entirely. I just am saying that we don't have that criteria. I get it. I understand what you're saying.
Are we losing the narrative here? This is a bunch of bureaucrats. Of course they're taking forever.
And we're not gonna get plats recorded until they sign off.
Hey, Mayor.
So there's no difference.
Sorry to interrupt. I do know I've just been getting some whispers from members of the public who would love to comment before a break. So I just ask you to see.
Okay, if we can keep our comments limited, because We've been at this, and I like to take a break after 2 hours. It's been 2 hours, to be fair to all of us people who are of different ages, so to speak. I don't know how else to characterize it better than that, but, how about
We're the same age.
okay, let's take some comments and try to keep it to the 3 minutes that are allotted as that. So who wants to go first? Oh, we need to
Make a motion.
yeah.
To public hearing.
So motion to move in public hearing.
So move. Need a second to the
Do we need a second on this?
Do we need a motion to go to public?
Yeah, do we need?
We don't need a motion. No, we just did it. You just opened it up.
Okay, so let's open it up to public hearing again. If Polly's okay with that, then I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
So who wants to get up first and state your name, come to the podium and let us know what you want to.
Do you want this timed or?
Yes.
On your honor? Yes, fine.
No problem. My name is Donna Turner. I live in Shoreline 1. There's a few things I just wanted to touch base on. Number one, the undocumented soil. You know, people have been saying that there's been an oil smell to it. And of course, there are numerous Superfund sites around here, very close by in Park City. How do we know that that soil is safe for residential? That's number one, for residential building. Has it been tested? Number one, we know it hasn't been compacted and adequately. So that is number two. As I go into this unstable soil that's being placed there. What about cracking foundations, shifting, sinking homes? And I do want to correct you. We still here have problems in Shoreline 1 that have not been resolved, and Shoreline 2. Somebody in the background reminded me. So you are still here in this development, and they're not being resolved. How do we know at a bigger scope, so many more doors that are going to be built here that they're going to be resolved? Can you give us some kind of guarantee? I really don't want to put this on the homeowners or the town. That is unfair, and I know you want to do the right thing, Glenn. I know you do. But you need to really show us that you want to do the right thing. And Shoreline 1 has unresolved issues. So because of unstable, foundations. So how can we trust you with Shoreline 4? So anyway, that's number 2 or 3, but I want to go on. So I have a little bit of insight. How about GCD give the homeowners or town some sort of guarantee? Like we will fix, foundational issues, for the 5-10 years, 10 years down the road. Just something that would, because I know we all want to move forward. I mean, I'm really tired of talking about this stuff. Okay, and we would love to move forward, but if we can make some conditions to that, some sort of guarantee, so it doesn't put the burden on the town of Hideout or any of the homeowners. That's another thing. Let me just see here. Maintenance issue, it's just not the stormwater, it's sinking homes. I already said that. And of course, the water quality. So, we need to make several conditions in that. But, if we can do some sort of, if we can, actually have, ask GCD if they can do that for us, I would feel much better, going forward.
Time, thank you.
And I'm done.
That was perfect.
Thank you.
If I may respond about, all the homes we've ever sold in phase 1, 2, and 3 already come with a 10-year structural warranty through QBW. It's in their closing documents. If there's ever an issue, it'll be resolved. If there's some minor outstanding warranty issues that I'm not aware of, I'll have my warranty guy, address it, and we'll take care of it. I mean, we have a 1-year warranty, but we've always gone back well past timing.
Well,
State law 7.2 and 2, I
Yeah.
believe, correct. So,
I don't think homeowners know that.
It's in the
I
draft,
certainly
but
don't think.
I'll get back to you
homeowners know that.
on that.
yeah, there's
There's
a
state laws.
You know,
7.2 and 2.
within warranty.
It's through
Double
Mutual.
check. I need-
What's that? Through Liberty Mutual.
But great questions. Yeah, so can we move on a little bit here?
Next.
Yes, sir.
Yep, thank you.
Well, my name is Arvid Pedersen, resident of Shoreline Phase 1 also. And I have to apologize, I've not been to 2 meetings here previously. I've been out of state for a while for different issues. But it's good to hear this today to find out really what the issues are. The approval being requested by GCD concerns me a little bit, it seems a little bit of cart before the horse. On some of the same issues that we just heard about. One is the soils compactation. We've had issues in Shoreline Phase 1. And I'll get back to you on that. We've had some foundations collapsing and they've not been addressed, till now. So I'll talk to you about that when we get that. Yeah. And the fact that we don't know the source of the soil and that it hasn't been compacted, I kind of feel like, to me, I've worked in commercial construction. So we've always done soils reports to understand the load that can be carried by those soils and engineered the structure around that. So I kind of feel like we should know what we have and where those problem areas are and make sure that they're resolved before construction starts. And then the other area, what was that? Oh, stormwater. So we're basing the stormwater planning on historic flows, is that correct? But I would think that with all the development we've had in Hideout, that those flows have changed because there's not as much absorption because of roads, driveways, everything else that will affect that.
Just to quickly answer the question, what historical flows means. The area of this, whatever rain or snow water would have fallen on the site before there's any development. It has to go back to those levels. So yeah, whenever a road is put in, that would increase the flows. That's thus the need to have detention and retention to hold it back, to slow it down to what those flows were historically before anything was here.
Okay, so it
that
considers the road.
It absolutely
Okay.
considers the roads, the driveway, all impervious surfaces, and that's why the robust stormwater system, all the storm boxes, all the pipes goes in there, and it slows it down to what it used to be before anything was here.
Okay.
That's the rule. Okay, and that's what we've complied with.
Okay, that helps you in the understanding of that. The other thing about soil compactation, we've had a number of driveways crack where soil has settled underneath it. And we're looking at now, how do we afford the driveway repair? So that's another area that we found is going to be a big cost to our community. So we figure out how that's repaired and how that's resolved. So is that something I come back to you as well and we can discuss how? Okay, that's an issue for us. So those are the 2 big areas I see. Okay, thank you.
Can I make a comment after? Orbit, right? Actually, thanks. Dennis, since you're still on. Our resident here just brought up driveways, and in your report, I remember you addressed roadways and then foundations, etc. Is driveways also included in terms of understanding? The.
When I refer to slabs on grade, a driveway would fall under that designation as well.
Thank you. That's really all I want to know. That's covered then.
Anyone else?
What we heard tonight, sorry, Catherine, I live on Shoreline,
Your last name?
Woltering. What we heard tonight was constant references to the 2010 code and the vested rights under the 2010 code. And I think you agree that you're bound by the 2010 code. But the 2010 code explicitly says that the final plans for any subdivision as part of the process must first evidence how the final plan conforms to the preliminary plan and any conditions for the preliminary approval. You haven't talked once about whether there were conditions for preliminary approval, nor about how they are going to evidence that this conforms with the preliminary plans required by the 2010 code. Moreover, the MDA section 1.2.14 defines a density pod as the zoning within an RSPA district as illustrated on the zoning. MDA section 1.2.19 says intended use is defined as the use specified in the zoning map. Well, now all of a sudden, we're talking about what is a use outside of a pod in a density. Density pods are only allowed within the zoning district as shown on the RSPA map that's attached. We don't know what the zoning is and nobody can answer it for area that's not part designated in the RSPA zone map attached to the MDA. So this becomes a zoning question. And that changes this from an administrative approval, as they would suggest, to legislative. Thank you.
Yeah, compared to response.
Yeah, I try to take down the specific sites that she put there, but I think what we focused on last time around was the flexibility within the R spot. So there are designated zoning maps and pods, but then
Oh, there was not so.
in the entire R spot zone, but the NDA goes on to say that there's flexibility allowed and they can be shifted, right? Without making it a legislative decision. You don't have to go back and amend the MDA like you would with other MDAs in order to move and shift density. Instead, you can shift density within it under the flexibility granted within the MDA. And I'm happy to pull that all the provisions again that we focused on last time, but that's the flexibility built into the MDA.
Can I just respond to that?
Please do.
Section 3.5, use of density. This is what they claim gives them the flexibility. Master developer may use any of the maximum residential units in the development of any subdivision, so long as the density requested in the proposed development application is no greater than the maximum density allowed by the zone and the RSPA zoning map for the proposed subdivision. We don't have a zoning under the RSPA, so there's no flexibility to move it because there's no zoning assigned to it.
Yeah, so the zoning density was, in the preliminary plat, it was set out as RVDMA, right, which is what we are here, and that's what we were talking about earlier. That is the zoning density allocation here. And our final plan is consistent with that preliminary plan and the RVDMA density that we're allocating to the site.
That's not true.
And we're not going beyond the density that, like Polly indicated earlier, we get 700 units. We're not going beyond the 700 units. We're not picking up additional density, and the zoning of the final site plan is consistent with zoning.
It's their burden to show that. I don't believe that there's anything giving them RMDD in their preliminary plan. But if they want to prove that, let them bring evidence back. That's their burden. The language in the MDA is exceedingly clear. If there's no zoning associated, there's no flexibility associated.
There's no part that has no zoning associated. Well, it has zoning associated. It's a matter of whether or not. We can pull it up.
Yeah, so the provision she's quoting is from the 2010 MDA, and that's the MDA that we inherited. We played no part when the legislative negotiation happened between the town and the developer at that time. Under the MDA, we're a sub-developer. In 2016, we came in, and that's where we got our preliminary approval. And the plan that was put up on the screen shown by Thomas earlier, and it's been shown several times in planning commission and council meetings. It has a chart in the bottom right corner. The whole phase, the whole development of shoreline is RSPA. And then under the RSPA, there are different pods, and there's flexibility to move those pods around. Some are RMD. There's also RVMD. There's several that are RVMD. And so, yes, the map at the end of the 2010 MDA doesn't reflect what happened when we received 2016 preliminary approval.
The areas, can we just go back to the map that Thomas had that showed the outline from the 2016 and the outline from the current? they're not the same.
It's the number of markings.
I don't know where that would be. I'm so sorry.
I believe, Thomas, can you direct us?
Well, there's a lot of attorneys talking, so Polly, can you also weigh in, because you're our attorney at the present time, so thanks, because I know Catherine, you are, and we got Jackson and Dustin over on this side of the room. So, let's, we also have to listen to our attorney, who's been our attorney for a long time.
So what you have here is, you have the preliminary plan from 2016, but the current plan is very different than that plan, right? And so I think what Catherine is referring to is that our spa, I think the confusion is that the R spa map, the way that it's set up is that there's supposed to be density pods. So if you were to say, okay, well, the town council in approving the preliminary plat back in 2016 allowed for the movement of those pod areas or development. Well, now we have a different presentation of where that density is going to go. And I think that it's that we don't have information in terms of what underlying density pods apply to each of the areas within the development. And so it goes back to that question of how do you know which, you don't just get to say this one building is this zone and this one, what zone are we applying and what is this going to look like? And how are they going to fit their density that they are entitled to? And they, they get that. And I don't think anyone disputes that. So the question is how is that density going to be spread out and put on their land?
Do they have to show that? Because pod is just like, it's just a group of doors to a large extent, and
Well,
there's a number on it, so to speak.
It's defined in
As
the
opposed to
MDA.
phase, which is, build out with a timeline, so it defines that in there. But anyway, Polly, are you suggesting that they have to bring in a better, and I think, I don't know, Catherine is asking the same thing, that they have to give a better definition of the zone versus the pods at this point, or what?
The zones are, and I'm sorry, I started speaking earlier, so I apologize there. The zones are the pods, right? The density pods in the original MDA designate what zones are within each pod. And then you have areas that are kind of within the R spa area without density pods associated with them. And I think that what it comes down to is that they have a huge amount of latitude under the vested code and the MDA. But you have to tell us what zone, where the density pods are, and what zone they want each one to be considered to. And I would submit that back in 2016, if that moved the density pods around back with that approval, that the council approved the preliminary plan with that. But now what we have is a shift. And I think that they still have, based on market rates, they have the ability to move things around. I'm not trying to say that they don't. But I think we need to know what they're applying so that we know, is it going to be a 7-story building? Or is it going to be a 3-story building?
Okay. Catherine, is that was you? Do you interpret the same thing?
I think there was never a rezone, an application for rezone associated with shoreline. And so it would inherently be whatever it was under the MDA. And while they inherited the MDA, they also inherited the rights of the MDA, but also the downside. And that's just life under an MDA. And so this area is within our spa, but it does not have a designation as RVMD or any of those. And yes, they're allowed to move density around within a pod, like a resort, village, mountain, medium density, but not outside of those pods. Because outside of those pods is not an intended use. They define intended use as building the project within those pods. So they're asking for a variance of both zoning and intended use.
Is that true?
No, I mean, if I may quickly, here's what the town.
What's your view, I guess? of
Yes.
so to speak.
So section 11.07.141 of the town code specifically states.
This is the vested code or the third code?
Vested code.
Okay, thank you.
It states, quote, that while density pods are identified, Hideout and the participating landowners understand that these density pods are subject to change in size and location as the ARSPA master plan actually develops from the concept stage to actual buildable site. So, and the ARSPA specifically encourages, quote, a wide range of well-segmented upscale real estate projects. So the pods, the way it's being represented is that the pods are definite and not subject to shifting. That's not the way the code reads, and that's not the way it's been practiced, right? We've shifted every pod and the zoning within the pod at the request of town councils previously, right? That's how we've limited density in the prior pods, and that's how we're increasing density in this pod. So it's certainly allowed. There's, what was mentioned is like going through a rezone process. There's no rezone process required under the RSPA or the MGA. It would be outside of those, right? If we were looking to do something like that, there's not that kind of flexibility built into other MDAs or codes, but there is here, right? The intention was that you could shift, which is what we've done.
And you did that in phase one, right?
Yes, yeah.
Mistaken.
You read the rest of that, 1107-163, there is another.
I have like a letter.
Oh,
Would
okay.
you like to read the whole thing,
You
Polly?
can lead it, Polly.
Yeah, so the part that you, so in order to achieve the goals set by Hideout for the RSPA, the property owner shall endeavor to develop an overall programming plan that identifies uses and proposed density pod locations throughout the planning area. Since this process is likely to be highly influenced by market forces, it is anticipated that the programming plan will focus on resort attractions and amenities and not on required infrastructure, and that the plan will be subject to frequent changes. As portions of the plans are complete, they may be submitted to Hideout for comment and approval. If approved, the plan will then serve as the guiding design and marketing document for the resort. So that's what we have from our vested code.
I would ask, have you gone through, have you done that? So.
I think that's exactly so that's the same process that's occurred on every phase, right? And has been approved on every phase. The difference between this phase and those phases is it reduced the density, right? In this instance, we went through the same process we've gone through each time. Right, preliminary plan where we propose it, final site plan where we come in with the final version of it. In every other instance, the town council approved it, right? Because it was reducing density. Same process here that we've gone through. There's not some other process set out within the MDA for approving that. This is the process that's anticipated. And here we are. So, I mean, and frankly, this is the first we're hearing this, I understand, it's because it's based on a public comment, not some other. The staff didn't raise this, right? This wasn't in the staff report. Like, this is out of line. It wasn't consistent with the contesting provisions that there are within the MDA for raising issues like this to us within the timely fashion that is required by the MDA. So I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage, right? Responding to it, but it is consistent with best practice, consistent with our read of the MDA and the flexibility built in, and consistent with the way that the town has operated previously in approving our preliminary plan site.
And in reality, this phase may not be as high as the density or max density anyway. So it'll probably drop back down to what it was before.
I
Yeah.
would just ask one more question. When did town council ask you to change the preliminary plat to move single family homes? And who, was it a person or was it town council?
It was in a similar conversation to this.
That's not the question I'm asking. Was it a person or was it town council?
Well, it's hard to separate the peoples that are on town council.
Was there a vote? Was there a vote or a formal request, or was it just a council member in his personal capacity?
No, the reality is it was ratified, whether a single member requested it on town council. The prior town councils approved each of these building pod modifications, including those that resulted in the reduction. According to Glenn, his memory, it was 3. That's a majority.
But was it an official town act? That's all I'm asking.
Yes, it was an official town.
Can you show us that resolution or ordinance?
It's the approval of each of the prior preliminary and final site plans.
I think she's asking, can you show it to us?
Oh, I don't have it right in front of me.
So I think we're kind of saying 2 different things.
Right, the letter
And-
that you keep
so-
saying requested.
So in terms of the prior phases, those were all approved by the town council. The preliminary plan was approved in 2016 by town council. The phase 1 was approved by the town council, phase 2, phase 3. But for phase 4, I think that one of the struggles that I've been hearing from the residents and from the council is that I believe, and Thomas can correct me if I'm wrong, but the prior phases were more consistent with the preliminary plan. So phase 4 is the first phase that deviates from the preliminary plan. Now, that's not to say that based on the vested code, they can't change things related to the preliminary plan. But what the problem is what we've been talking about tonight. And I agree, this was touched on a little bit when we were asking about how is the rest of the density gonna be developed and I think it came to a head with, with Counselor Baier's comments of how do we know which zone to apply? Because like Shoreline 4 is near the RSP density pod. But you guys were saying, oh, well, we can apply the RV, I can't remember which, the village, which has a different zone. So I think that it is fair to say, yeah, you get a lot of latitude, but we need to know what you want to do so that the council can review it and consider it. I think that that's kind of, and I think that what the public comment was about, can you show us, is I've heard this comment several times of the council told us to move things around. And I never found that, I have to say that I've looked through the minutes and I didn't ever see the council directing the developer to move certain development in certain places within the preliminary plan. I don't know that that occurred within a council meeting. It's possible that you talked one-on-one with a council member, but if you have that, maybe you can help us find that, because I haven't found it in your earlier minutes that the council said earlier, hey, we want you to move your high density closer to the road. I don't know that the council as a body has directed that. And I think that that's maybe part of the disconnect as well.
Can we share screen?
Yeah, I've got to, you'll have to add, accept email share. Could be sharing. No, here I'm sharing something. That work? Yeah, it's just.
Get through this, because this is really important.
What can I do?
Mayor, perhaps we could take a break on the technical difficulties.
Right.
Yeah, so It's 8:35. We've been at this for 2 hours and 35 minutes, so let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back. Continue talking.
Site plan. Never get to see this, but we were encouraged to go with a lower density option. So if you go down to that other page that we have. You can see what we ultimately built there, right? Based on the final.
This
site
one?
plan. No, yes, okay, so I showed this earlier. Right, sorry, I spoke too soon. It was PA7, which was the other. RP.
Some of it was market as well.
Yeah.
And the topo.
Yeah. So we ended up not constructing the stack flats that were, you can see in the lower left hand corner, that's a little snippet from that preliminary plan. What was contemplated were these stack flats, right? High density, 10, 15, and 20 plex, very tall, very large buildings. That's what was supposed to be in PA7. But under the final site plan approved by the town council, and we understood with encouragement from town council, that's not what we ultimately constructed there, to create a different barrier with the single family homes that adjoin. Instead, we put single family attached in, which is a RMD, sorry, zoning, RMD zoning. And that's what was approved in the final approval, and we got, because it de-densified it, we only got 47 units in, right? So that's what occurred there. So it is, like I was saying earlier, this shows, it's not like the final site plans were completely consistent with the preliminary plan. I would argue that in this instance, it's much more consistent. We didn't, going from stacked flats to single family attached is a much more extreme variation between the two. So I just want to make that point of clarification.
Respond.
Yeah.
The zoning,
Last comment.
yeah, last comment. Zoning creates the maximum density. It says nothing about minimum density. So just because you chose to downgrade doesn't give you a right to exceed whatever zone, and you don't know what zone it is. What you showed was what you submitted. It wasn't the ordinance that was approved by council. And those are different.
You can go back and forth,
Yeah.
but the preliminary plan most definitely was approved by council. That chart I showed you, it's been in our presentations, it's been in staff's presentations, sets out the zone, right? That's what allocates our 700 units that everyone acknowledges we're entitled to. We didn't agree to down zone any of our units. We still have our 700 units we can construct. And this is the flexibility built into the RFA, MBA. But.
So, thank you. Do we have any other comments, online? Anyone raise their hand? What is it, *7, *9? If you're on the phone, if you're, I don't know if anyone's on.
Can you show the participants, Maria?
Right.
Click on the participants so we can see if anybody has their hands raised. I'm not online either. Okay.
Well, the question really is not who's online, who has a comment online? And either raise your hand using the icon tool in Zoom, or a *7, *9 on your phone. And so going once, going twice. If no one has any comments, there's a couple more comments in the room through one of our council folks who are surrogating it for someone else. Anyone here? I can't tell, Maria. So.
No.
Okay, well, then there's some other comments. I think Chris has got 3, so
Yeah.
let's take Chris's comments.
All right, thanks.
That she's representing some.
Yeah, so this is public comment. So first, I got a letter from Chip and Jody Schneider, who are Shoreline 2 residents. And it's short enough, I think I can read it and get it in within 3 minutes. Are you okay if I just read it?
Go for it.
Okay. Hideout Mayor and Town Council, as long-term, full-time residents of Shoreline Phase 2, we have concerns about the process and sequence of approvals authorizing GCD to commence development of its Phase 4 community in Hideout. We are not necessarily objecting to GCD's plan for its Phase 4 development. However, we question whether there has been a thorough review of the environmental impact this development will have to the community and surrounding area. It is our understanding that several outstanding questions remain pertaining to soil stability, storm runoff, wildlife migration, and human health, all rising from the dirt fill imported to the Phase 4 site by GCD contractors. First of all, the activity clearly occurred prior to final approval. Moreover, the work is purported to have been conducted without any soils testing or compaction and may have unlawfully changed the topography of the native terrain. Ultimately, any consequences from defects in the above that were to cause harm to residents' property or health, jeopardize water quality in the Jordan Reservoir and downstream, upset known wildlife migration corridor, or otherwise significantly impact property values, would become a significant burden and financial liability to our town long after GCD has finished their work and moved on. Though it will delay the council's vote on this request, it is necessary for the residents of Hideout to have clarity on these issues and impacts before granting GCD any further license to proceed. We know that other residents in Hideout share these concerns. As the decision-making body of our town, it is incumbent upon the town council to investigate these matters fully as a condition to GCD being granted the final approval it seeks. And then it was just signed respectfully. We also got a letter from, and I might pronounce his name wrong, but Dale, Eichmann. Did I pronounce it? Good thing. Okay, whatever Carol said. This one's shorter. Oh wait, this one's longer. I may not be able to read it all. I'll just get started. Dear Hideout Mayor, current and incoming council members, as a full-time Hideout resident since February of 2019, having purchased a GCD home in Shoreline Phase 1, I've taken a keen interest in subsequent phases. I request the council to explore and find every administrative means possible to vote no and reject the current Shoreline Phase 4 plan. I listened to the November council meeting where the GCD's attorney delivered dissertation on GCD's vested rights and how blah, blah, blah. I'm going to skip that part. Having purchased a GCD product and lived through the nightmare of attempting to have them remedy significant health and safety construction defects, I am not surprised with their approach. I urge you to hold GCD accountable for violating the land in our town and play the administrative game to force them to return with a new Phase 4 plan that is beneficial, not an eyesore to our community. And there are some things to consider. It was addressing the fill, which we talked about. Testing for contaminated soil, also the water runoff, the natural drainage into the Jordanelle, and the reclamation issues are all mentioned in here. I'm just paraphrasing because it's more of what you've already heard than what we've already heard. Testing and documentation of prior soil compaction, and then long-running construction defects that residents are complaining about with Shoreline Phases 1 through 3. So there again, you know, some people that have already live in Shoreline 1 through 3 just want to make sure that the product that is being built and any defects that happen will be remedied by the developer and the builder. And that was basically what Dale said. Then I have a third letter. And this is from Brian Cooper, who is an incoming council member who will be on the council starting January 1st. He asked me to read the following in public comment. As a resident and future council member, I strongly recommend delaying voting on the proposed shoreline phase 4 project until the drainage issue with the Bureau of Reclamation is resolved and testing has been performed for potential petroleum contamination in Dead Man's Gulch. And that's what Brian said. Okay, Carol, I think you have some little input too, right?
Well, I have input on my feelings, but.
I have,
I'll-
I have someone else who also,
Okay.
wanted me to at least share some thoughts. And this is Doug Silva, who ran for council, but he passed this on to me, but, just some bullet points here. There's supposedly 2 blocks of missing guest parking, which could cause issues with street parking and people parking on narrow turns. Think fire emergency in the summer with parked cars, no fire truck can get down that road. So guest parking issue here. The walking path is now and seems to be a gravel road, still unfinished. That may be in his area. Dog park added where GCD promised nothing would be added, and construction of phase 4 creeps into view sheds. So those are the primary 4 bullets that I wanted to share. Or if you wanted to share, I'm just repeating that, Carol.
Okay. We as the council are elected to represent the residents of Hideout. But we cannot, because we are held hostage by the 2010 MDA. We spent a lot of time with trying to formulate a general plan. I don't understand why we spent all that time. The people that attended the general plan workshops came up with ideas. We can't follow those ideas because we're held hostage by that 2010 plan. They wanted us to preserve view sheds. They wanted us to limit density. We can't do that because many developers were given the rights in that 2010 plan. It's just extremely frustrating to me. The other thing I want to say is I feel that both the undocumented soil and the drainage issues could create long-term liabilities for our town if there are failures. They could include safety, road, infrastructure costs, fees, fines, lawsuits, declining property values. It frustrates me no end that we can't move forward. There is a solution to what you are asking us to do, but you don't want to wait for a solution. You don't want to wait for reports. You don't want to work with us. You're demanding an answer right now. And that's my frustration.
Thank you, Carol. Yeah. I think for one, we should go out of public comment at this point, unless there's any other comments that we missed, but I don't think there was anything online, Maria, so let's move out of public comment.
There is one hand up on the Zoom.
Oh, there is, okay. Can you help,
Yes, there's no name,
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, sorry. This is Doug Silver. I live over on Vantage Lane, Shoreline Phase 2. I guess what I heard tonight was a lot of risk. I think to echo what Carol was speaking about just a few moments ago, the long-term risks are much greater than the short-term risks here. And I would advocate that we find a way to work with GCD over a little bit longer period of time to get these questions answered. I think the attorney, Stewart, did mention that he wasn't prepared for the questions that were raised by a town member that raised legal questions about what was spoken about tonight. So I don't understand the rush on this when there are such long-term implications that are dangerous, including the BOR report. So I would encourage the council to find a way to work with GCD to stretch this out a little bit and find the time to do the work well, rather than rushing to do the work during the holiday season and then complain about how people aren't in their office disparage federal workers who work for the Bureau of Reclamation, as one council member did tonight, which is unacceptable. And finally, to, respect the fact that, there are a lot of people who live in this town that aren't in a rush to have this solved in, a very short window between Thanksgiving and the holidays. So thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Anyone else there? Maria?
Not saying anything, no. Not saying anyone.
Okay, so we'll move out of public comment at public input. Kind of leaves us with how we summarize this up. So because we do, sounds like you're gonna kind of, you want the vote. That's what I'm hearing anyway. Is that correct or incorrect? You've heard a lot of comments about not voting and putting this off and getting better information. In general, which, I'm for, but we've also had, I'm gonna give you my 2 cents here and weigh in as well. But on the other hand, we have been at this for how many meetings now? I mean, it's an absurdly long process. So, if we do anything, in my opinion, it has to be extremely tightly conditioned. And we have to, identify all those, that's my 2 cents. Simply because, we've been at this, how many meetings? At least going back to April. April, probably last year. There's a lot of conditions that people brought up here. And that being everything from the BOR starting and others. So that's my 2 cents. And I'm actually, I don't think, well, I may not even be voting, but I just want to say, eventually we've got to move this forward. We want some really good information out of you guys. And I'll say this, forward-looking information. I think a lot of people brought up some, there wasn't good information about the zoning versus the density. And that there was some overlap. I think we need clarity on that. And if you can't promise that you can bring that in a conditional aspect, then I would say, then we shouldn't be voting positive. If you can say you can meet all those conditions, I would say, let's move on. But that's my 2 cents. I'm not voting. I just want to make sure that we get better information, because there was obviously a lot of lack of clarity here. So, is anyone ready to make any additional comments?
I'd like to, when it's my turn.
You're up.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank GCD. You guys have answered a lot of our questions. You've challenged us. I also want to thank our professional staff. Thank Polly and Thomas, Dennis have done a good job. Yes, I wasn't happy. I only got the packet on Monday. You guys didn't even get to see the report, so I do understand that that's a problem. That should be fixed in the future. But like I said, I appreciate the discussion. I had a lot of questions when we came in here. And they ranged from reclamation to the 2010 code building height, the undocumented fill, the drainage patterns, retaining walls, density pods, phasing plan, blah, blah, blah. And you were able to address most of them. The 2 that still remain outstanding for me is reclamation. We don't know what the requirements are. We don't know how that will impact us. I know you've been trying to assure us that you think you know what the requirements are, but we don't know the requirements until they give us the requirements. I think we should be a little bit, just as afraid of litigation with the federal government as we are with litigation from a developer. The other thing that.
Totally agree with you, Chris.
Okay, the other thing that I appreciated Catherine bringing this up, but it's the density pods. And as Polly was telling us, we can ask for a better understanding of the layout of the remaining areas. And I know you gave us that drawing with the colors, right? And said, okay, there'll be some single families, but the rest of them are gonna be multifamilies, and then there'll be some stacked flats. Without knowing the density pods and the zoning you're applying, we don't know if they're 6-story buildings or 4-story buildings. We'd like to get it in better context as well. So those are the two things that still feel unanswered and unanswerable tonight. As far as the development, so those are conditions for me. Whether it's a
I would add.
negative vote with hey, these are the two things you have, or the conditions, these would be my two conditions that I put forward. I don't know how we can vote positively for this without knowing reclamation's requirements. And again, I asked the developer, the applicant, why can't we wait another month or 2 months and give reclamation a chance to get with our engineer and then ultimately bring everyone back together to, come to the agreement that's needed and see what the impact is on the project. Why can't we wait that amount, a certain amount of time? Not a crazy amount of time, right? Nobody wants to wait 2 years for the federal government to respond to something, but we should give them a little bit more time. So I don't know how, in my mind, we can vote positively for this without having these, particularly the reclamation question answered, but also understanding what are we getting overall, what are we approving? And so that's where I'm at.
I hear it. And the only thing I'd add, and maybe somebody else will, is, a number of residents have brought up call it the smell test. But you guys have, I think you folks have said you would be open to doing some testing. I would add that as a major third condition. And so I don't know if but we want to reduce the risk. I wish I knew, and I think Dennis is in the same boat. We don't know what the BOR is going to deliver. So this has got to be a really tight condition on both of us, because you can't put a shovel into the ground without total BOR approval. And we know, and we've accepted what we need to do as a town, because we're kind of chartered in the future. So that's got to be a tight condition if this is conditional. And so those are three. I'm gonna pass this on. Jonathan, JD, you guys have their own?
Yeah, I do. Adding the plat notes, I think there were 1, 3, 4, and 13. And that all building heights shall comply with the 2010 vested code and MDA. I kind of got I've got a running list here, I think. Hopefully I've got them all covered.
But just can I ask a clarifying question? So the building heights, don't you have to know what the zoning is to know what their height limits are? So that the building heights and compliance with the 2010 code, which we already just agreed to in the meeting, wouldn't that go back to the density pods and understanding the zoning as they've laid it out? So we know what we're approving.
Well, you must know, to Chris's point, you must know whether it's RVMD or RMD. I mean, they're just totally different heights. One's 30, one's 65 or 70.
Yeah, we're not disagreeing, we're agreeing to all of these conditions. I mean, we're not fighting on any of the conditions that have been proposed. And it is the RVMD zone. That's what we're proposing under is the RV. And we only have, I think, three areas of our RVMD zone, which is consistent with the preliminary plan, right? That's consistent with the preliminary plan. And what I didn't hear Paulie say, I don't, it's slightly different than the public comment. The public comment was, well, when you agree to a different zone, you reduced your density, right? I think Paulie has very clearly stated to you, no, you didn't reduce your density. We have our 700 units. We've not given up any units. And we still have the ability to use the RVMD zone in this location, which is what we are proposing, right? And is that different than the preliminary plan? Yes. Were different zonings put in place for the other phases than what was in the preliminary plan? Yes, right? And how is that achieved? Just like this, in this same process. Now we've proposed, or we've shown, and it's actually right now, what we think the future zones will look like, right? And what they will have, and what their zonings are, but there is flexibility built into this for a reason, right? That may change before we come for a final site plan on the next phase, and it may well come because of good reasons with the town, right? Additional good reasons why there should be something different there. But we have not reduced our density, and we're seeking an approval consistent with the R spot and the MPA in that component. And I would say, there's been a lot of talk about the dirt and the fill, undocumented fill. It was undocumented for a short period of time and then very well documented. I know we supplied you with too much information in a sense. I wouldn't want to review all those engineering reports, but that fill has been tested repeatedly, and we're agreeing to a condition that it be tested again, right? Now, do I think there are any number of reasons that people could have smelled exhaust? There's heavy machinery out there. There's also a sewer pump lift station at the bottom of our property that is one of the reasons it's being replaced. It doesn't have any type of filtration system on top of it. So the amount of methane that comes out of that and blows in different directions, that's another smell that will get fixed once we're able to put a new lift station in as a part of this component. From my perspective, I just don't, and from our perspective, we just want finality. We don't want to come to more of these hearings for hours, huge expense to my client, right? They're agreeing that they're going to resolve the issue. They're going to resolve, right? We're not going to put a shovel in the ground under that condition of approval until that is resolved, because we do not want to be in trouble with the Bureau of Reclamation. Our interests are aligned with yours. A condition of approval that says you cannot record the plat or pull any permits until the Bureau of Reclamation issue is fully resolved and satisfied effectuates that. We can't do anything until it's there, and we are motivated then to go out and work with the town and the Bureau of Reclamation to get our issue resolved. But we don't have to come back here again and sit through another 3 or 4 hour meeting where it's not a pleasant experience for us when the MDA says we don't have to do that, right? Specifically. And so that's the thing. And we have been at it there. I appreciate you saying we've been at this a very long time. It is, we've been going since last August. So 14 months on a final site plan. It is extreme, and we have really tried to satisfy people, but we're not going to satisfy.
I think we've identified 3 or 4 key areas. Jonathan has a list.
I got 6.
And, so again, from my point of, just for my 2 cents here, we just have to condition this correctly, really tightly, because the town's at risk in this situation. We don't want to put the town at any more risk. Well, we don't, it's like delaying this. I'm not sure if delaying this 10 more days buys us anything. I think we need to kind of make a decision, move on, make sure we have really tight parameters around that decision. You're in agreement with us, and then if you don't meet those, it's a stop. It's like, you guys can't move any further. You can't even put the shovel in the ground. That protects us. In a sense, it protects you too. So, but we don't want any disputes with the feds at this point, and we want to make sure the water quality is high. And there's some things we can't do anything about. View sheds, this is my 3rd town that I've been in. Just can't just protect views. It's just not unless you buy the house in front of you. So I haven't seen one town with one piece of code that said you're vested for life on your view. It's not that way. So
I'm willing to bet that more than $20 million have been spent in attorney's fees in the last 30 years in Park City trying to establish view shed rights.
It's very difficult.
Several
I've been to
attorneys
3 towns, all with views, and it's not easy.
Yes.
So we put this in negotiations on you. I think the right way to do this, if you can't codify it and put it into an ordinance, is to negotiate it with you and say, how can we get the best result for the buyer? And that's what most of the town want. If you listen to everybody I've talked to in town, it's always about, they didn't live up to their promise. They promised the view. Now, they may have signed a contract, but which gave away their rights, so to speak. But somewhere along the line, the communications between the seller, the developer, and the buyer got screwed up. And so if you want to be a better partner with us, you need to be a better partner with every buyer. And you need to make sure that they're really aware of what, any any situation that they're coming into. And views, I know, Mike, you sent me the clauses that were signed in the seller agreement. So, you know, I don't know how big those font sizes were. I'm guessing they weren't like this big, they were probably about this big. So I'm just gonna say, if we're gonna be partners in the long term, as the town and, you know, a major business concern and one of the biggest developers in town, how do we work together better outside all these clauses? And so people get better information when they're buying. You have how many homes? 230 homes. How are you gonna make better promises to the buyers coming in, from views to everything else? And you know, the town's willing to work with you guys to make these things in the best interest of the buyer.
And I'll address the views, Mayor. The reason I sent you those paragraphs is out of an abundance of caution, being completely open. We can't guarantee them. Our salespeople do not guarantee them as far as we're aware. But the reason for those being in the contract is make sure you have read this. They initial every page so that someone can't say, I was promised that forever I would have this view. That's why that is there.
Mike, is this in every single sales contract in GCD? So every single one of us who lives in GCD has signed this. That's correct, right?
Is there gonna be public comment after this additional discussion?
Public comment, sorry.
I don't think there's supposed to be more discussion.
Oh, the council.
Well, the council can discuss, yeah. And they get a right to discuss, so, yeah. So we can, you know, and even during voting, you can have more discussion. You can open up the vote, you can ask any council member if they have additional comments, so. Yeah, so we're in the process of kind of summarizing things.
And if I might add, as a developer, we want to maximize those views for our sales. I mean, it's in our best interest. You know, so we're doing everything we can to, you know, accommodate those view corridors. So.
Carol, did you have something?
I guess what I want to say is, I would think as developers, you would want to maximize your reputation. And I think there's an issue in this town with your reputation and what you tell people that you're gonna do for them. And the quality of the buildings that you build, and it doesn't happen. So that's another concern that I have. I mean, I live in Shoreline, I live in Shoreline 1, and I'm well aware of many of the issues in Shoreline 1 and quite a few in Shoreline 2. And I would think you would want to work with council, with the town, with the residents. There are other developers here in Hideout that do work with us, that do listen to us, and that do make concessions. And you just kind of put up a wall.
You know, in all fairness, between the time this project left the planning commission and it came here to the council, I do believe that they reduced some density. I do believe they put some curves in the road and made some other smaller, but not insignificant concessions. Now, are they as much as we would like? Probably not. But I think we do have to acknowledge that the developer did make some concessions at the request of the general response of the planning commission. So it seems to me that the application appears to comply with the vested town code and the NDA of 2010. Are there some small disagreements? Yeah, it seems that way. I understand that a number of Shoreline residents don't like it. And frankly, I can understand why they don't like it. I really can. I have read through and thought about the emails that have been sent by the residents, and those have been read here tonight. I personally don't think the project would get approval in its present form. However, as Carol pointed out, in 2010, there was a deal signed by people who are not in this room. And that deal granted certain development rights. And it appears to me that the developer has complied with the essential requirements of the 2010 agreement. And at that point, as kind of Carol indicated, we're kind of bound by that agreement. It's not like we could just tear up a contract that was signed years ago.
Yeah, Jonathan, I actually agree with you. And the thing is, though, we do have an option. So, we don't have to approve. We can deny the application, but with very specific reasons, we're getting a determination letter. If the council can agree to language in the determination letter, we can deny them and condition it on reclamation, for example, whatever else council wants to add to that. And then it's still a very finite answer of exactly, we're not approving the shoreline 4 because it's not that we don't want them to be able to develop shoreline 4. It's because we don't know yet what we're approving. We still have too many unanswered questions about reclamation's requirements. And as far as the density pod zoning, we just need them to produce a plan that shows us, what the zoning, the RSPA zoning is, and for the remaining phases, what their best guess is of what the RSPA zoning is going to be there. So we know what it is that we're approving. Are we approving 42-foot height, 35-foot height, 6-story building? What is it that we're giving them carte blanche to build when we give them this plat approval? So those are the unanswered questions, and I still struggle with knowing exactly what we're allowing them to do because of those two problems, the reclamation and the zoning density, which is just probably just a map. You just draw something up and bring it back. Doesn't seem very hard. It's in your control. The thing that's out of everyone's control is reclamation. And I don't know how we can proceed without having the reclamation requirements.
I guess just to be clear, Chris, if that's a condition of approval that we bring back a map showing what our future density allocation is gonna be based on zoning, sort of an updated preliminary plan, we're happy to do that. That's condition of approval. But a condition of approval doesn't really exist in a denial context, right? If you deny, you've denied. And you're making conclusions and findings consistent with that. There's no conditions we're going up to get approval. That's just the denial that we've taken to court, right? That's after mediation.
You go to mediation first, right? You don't go to
Mediation.
court.
No, we mediate first and then we go.
You go to mediation. No. Meantime,
You have a meeting for 15 days and then you go to mediation.
go to mediation.
Maybe there's another way to look at this. Maybe instead of pitching it in the way you're thinking, Chris, which is legitimate as a denial, how about a contingent approval? What would it take to get us to across the line? Codifying everyone's concerns in an appropriate way to make it that way, because I don't think a denial immediately puts us on the wrong foot with the applicant. So I kind of feel like turning around a little bit, maybe be more constructive.
The applicant had choices. They could have waited till January or February to come back after reclamation. They had a choice. They've come here and they put us in this position.
When you spend as much money as they have, and time is money, and that matters to people. And so I'm not gonna take off my capitalist hat because of that.
But I have a motion if we're done with the discussion.
Can I jump in before you make a motion?
Sure,
please? I have
absolutely,
three
please do.
things that I wanna kind of clear up for you. So one is, just going back to the, way back about the staff report, and I apologize, we have a brand new recorder and she has been drinking from the fire hose. We've had 3 huge applications in I don't know, she's been here less than a month, I think, or less than 6 weeks. And so, it happens. But I just want to make clear that the applicant has the ability to waive the failure of being provided the staff report so that, to move forward with the public hearing. And so I would say that they have waived that in order to have a vote tonight, and that is 10-2202 of the state code. So I guess I just want confirmation that that is waived. They want to vote tonight. That's what I heard earlier, but just to make that.
We
clear.
do want to vote tonight, yes.
Okay, so by doing that, they've waived, under the state code. It says the applicant may waive the failure so that the application may stay on the public hearing or public meeting agenda and be considered as if the requirements had been met. So I just wanted to clarify that. Number two is there have been both from the public and just some statements. I just want to remind you that the decision shouldn't rely on things outside of this application, and the administrative analysis. It doesn't matter how, you can't look at how flexible the developer is or isn't, their reputation. Because you just need to make sure that we're looking at the application before us and what we're dealing with here for that application. And then lastly, especially tied to a motion, is I would recommend that once we know which way you're going to go, that we pull up, that before you make your final vote, that we pull up conditions, because whether it's a denial or approval, I think that we want to have very, very clear conditions so that there's no question in terms of what needs to be produced in order to have either this reported or if it's denial, so that we can go through them. So please make sure that I would just request from a legal standpoint that any motion include conditions that Thomas can pull up on the screen so that we can have a written decision tonight.
So how do we want to capture any and all conditions here so that we know what we're actually voting on if it's conditional?
I've got a list of 6 that I would read off, I propose to read off as part of the motion.
Should we start
Well,
with
and also I
Dennis and
think,
Thomas at this point?
yeah, that might be some, just to kind of talk about the conditions, whether it goes for denial or approval. Thomas, or do you want to kind of decide which way your vote is going to go so we know whether it's an approval or denial? I don't know.
Well, we can take a straw poll here, I guess, without any commitment on the vote and just get an indication.
Well,
Just get an indication of how people feel. So we've done that before. So
I'd like to go through the conditions first before we go through the struggle.
Well, here, why don't I read off my list?
Yeah.
And then we can make a motion afterwards. How about that? Any objection?
Well, I'd like to hear from Jonathan, and then I'd like to hear from Thomas and Dennis again, because, they wrote reports for us, they made recommendations in these things, including a list of conditions. You should be reviewing those again.
Well, here are my thoughts on 6 conditions. The first has got to be a full and unconditional and unreserved BOR approval in writing. And if necessary, if that also has to come from the Utah state government or any branch thereof, it's got to be from both of those. Those approvals have to be covering all of the stormwater and drainage related systems and issues. That would be number 1. Number 2 would be clean results of soil sampling for contamination. And the sampling must meet all applicable requirements. And if for any reason they don't, then a full remediation is going to have to be required according to whatever procedures and standards would apply. Number 3, that there be further structural and road related compaction testing to make sure we're not gonna have any sinkings in the future, as was described here earlier. Number 4, that we add the plat notes. I believe, somebody straighten me out if I've got the numbers wrong, but I think it's 1, 3, 4, and 13.
That's right.
And then number 5 is all building heights shall comply with a 2010 vested code and MDA. Number 6 would be that the developer provide a future density map. Yeah, I don't know, it's 45 days reasonable for that. Okay, within 45 days, provide that to the council, and then under no circumstances would any plat be recorded or any construction begin or any excavation begin until after, excuse me, until after all 6 of these contingencies are clearly met. That's my list.
Jonathan, can you reread number, the 45 days? I.
Sure, yeah, that the developer will provide to the town a future density map within, I think they said 45 days is reasonable. From getting head nods, yes.
When you say density, it means zoning, the R-spot zoning being specific about pods.
What are we gonna look, what is this gonna look like going forward? That's the idea with this number 6 contingency is, okay, where's the density gonna go? We know they've got a lot more in the bag, and we'd like to know where it's gonna go and what it's gonna look like. So some graphics would be great.
I wanna know how tall the buildings are too, not just how dense they are, right? That's why I'm asking. Density is a component of zoning, but it's also the building heights that are specified by the
Doesn't the
zone.
zone itself put in restriction?
It has a height restriction
Yeah.
and there's density, however we're measuring density.
And I'd like Thomas to weigh in on that, because I think you might be able to add clarity in what we're asking for here as well, so. Thomas, so Jonathan just laid out 6 conditions, key conditions. Can you weigh in on how you would either add to those conditions or clarify those conditions?
I can do that. I'll share my screen, and so I will share. I think I've highlighted, Jonathan, what you outlined as your conditions. I tried to capture as you were going, but also over the course of the meeting, I've been trying to write down conditions as well. So see if I got these right. Okay. So Jonathan, I generally highlighted the 5, 6 conditions. I might have had mine slightly in a slightly obviously different order and maybe different wording, but if you could maybe take a look at the ones that are highlighted, I think that may generally capture what your conditions were. Of course, Polly, I guess we could tweak these as well to reflect the recording. Is that right after the meeting?
I think Polly wants to get as
Okay.
clear as she possibly can get for the town.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's, fair to, that the signed document will be done tomorrow, but yes, we wanna get it as done. Let's see what we can do to have it on the screen.
Do you guys want, so again, the highlighted ones generally, I think, capture what Jonathan outlined. The other conditions are conditions that have been incorporated before and during this meeting that I have written down. Do you guys want me to walk through these, or do you want to take a look at them?
See them very well.
They're too small.
Oh. Hang on.
There we
Go bigger.
I want to go to 90 font.
go.
I'll let you guys maybe read through a few of those and then ask me questions. I won't read all of this. I'll make you tired of my voice.
I like your number 2.
These were collaborative with Dennis.
Thank you, Thomas.
Yeah. Density pod map and shortened dates. Okay.
As for number four, I'd actually like to see the VOR certify that the system complies with all of their requirements.
Yeah.
And on the issue of drainage and, Dennis, have you resolved with GCD, the wetlands? Is that no longer an issue or is that an issue?
They want to
That's up to the town engineer.
Yeah.
Has to certify these.
Yeah, let's check with Dennis on that for sure.
Okay, Dennis. Hey, Dennis.
Sorry, I was trying. All right,
Dennis?
my mic's on. I'm struggling with the camera. As far as the wetlands go, I think if you're replicating the existing drainage patterns, I think you are addressing that wetland issue. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree with that. And then one of the questions was, if I recall correctly, the BOR guys said they're not the ones that will certify that the design meets their criteria. That's up to the town engineer to do that.
What my memory is, Glenn, is that they would have either sent somebody from Central Utah Water Conservancy speak for them, or they'd have somebody else. But it wouldn't just be, just the town engineer. That they would have somebody review that for them, and
we'll have our
so that-
engineer, you can review it and they can review it. We'll have 3 different people reviewing to get thumbs up on all 3 people.
I think as the town, we need the BOR to just give us the thumbs up.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to get sued by the BOR.
All right, so we'll get 3 thumbs up.
All right. One of the thumbs being the BOR.
Sure.
But they may not provide it in writing. They may just give the thumbs up.
it may not be the BOR, but what I remember them saying is that they would have that it might be Central Utah that actually does that with their engineers.
Baxter said he could speak for all of those agencies, so that's good enough for me.
Thomas, do you have any requirements for what you expect? So that GCD is very clear what they are going to deliver about what the future is gonna look like, the future map, not just zoning, but do you have any expectations that you can define in writing at this point? Because it makes it easier for them to deliver and it makes it easier for us to either reject or accept.
I think that we noted on number 13, similar to what Jonathan had outlined, is the applicant agrees to provide a density pod map for approval by the council within 45 days from the date of this decision. Estimated height shall be included as part of this submittal. And then the one below it kind of is maybe a step further, which is beyond a density pod map. And it is essentially an updated preliminary plan, since we're making changes, deviating from the 2016 plan, just show us what the new plan would look like. So essentially almost an updated preliminary plan. So not just density pod allegation, but actually showing us, the roads, the approximate built pattern.
Okay.
That'd be helpful, yeah.
We're seeing a nod over here that that's.
Does that include kind of updating the old phases to show, so an entirely updated preliminary plan that shows that the old phases were different than the final plan?
If you want to include
accepted.
that, but I think we want to see what the future is gonna look like no matter what.
Yeah.
We need to know density, we need to know the look and feel. I would like to see if there's contours on there. So many of the maps do not even show contours. We want to see, because contours will show you what the view sheds are, even if they're not coded. At least it gives the people an idea, it gives the council an idea of, are you protecting the view shed? So if you're saying you are, show us the contours. Does that make sense?
Because we don't even know what the product would be, what the housing type, because the next phase is single family homes mixed to show rows, and even at this level, the architecture is conceptual only. And we've shown you almost finished at least, the elevations. So to go to that level of detail.
Again, that's not typically part of the preliminary. As much detail that you can give us would be relevant to us.
A roadmap would be helpful, I think is what.
Roadmap, yeah, and some idea of the height variances that you're thinking about. You've got to have something.
You're not
going into this, totally not thinking about your future. So tell us what your future looks like.
Well, the zoning designation has a height associated with it.
Right.
No, but I'm thinking about the, the contours of the land also, show where positioning, is of view lines. So it may not have that. Usually that's in the final map, typically with the contours. But can you show us something that's a little bit, shareable by you in terms of the view sheds? And can't do any of that, Mike?
You've recently approved 2 large projects that showed concept. But
yes, the same questions of Nate.
Yeah, but even the architecture was just pulled off. Some of it was pulled offline. We work backwards. We look at what we're seeing in the market with our data. So even the next phase, which will have the single family homes in it, we don't know what their footprint will be, what their site, how deep they will be. That impacts the depth of it. So we start with the home itself. We're not pulling things off the shelf. It is all from scratch. And so that impacts where those roads would go. What we know first, even this, what's RMD, what's RVMD, what's going to be single family, that we can show. But the market really does shift. Is it 1,500 square feet? Is it 2,500 square feet? Is it 3,500 square feet? That footprint shifts. How many rows will be there? What the views would look like. And so we start with our planners, not engineers. The planners work through that, and the architects work with the planners. And then when they're happy, it gets turned over to the engineers. It's not as simple as, let's throw a road. That looks, we could give you that.
But Mike, can you provide, it's gonna be single family homes,
Sure.
RVMD,
Yes.
that's the kind of stuff, that's the start.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can. And we could, Mayor, we could show that. It wouldn't be accurate. It would
It's
just
gonna change.
correct.
Yeah.
Well, we'd love to know what your thoughts are from today. So we know that markets change. But if your vision is something at time X, we may not be able to hold it to, this is the third town I've been involved with, we've always asked for some kind of future vision, even in the preliminary. That's what it's all about. So I think what we're asking you here is give us the best.
Okay.
Give us your best shot.
Sure.
I think that's, and try to live up to it. So that's been the wrap so far that, hey, that wasn't what I saw when I first came into, the sales office. So.
And we definitely wouldn't show it at the sales office. Just because there's no guarantee. We really are careful with that. We don't. And that's why those paragraphs are in the purchase agreements, so that it is full disclosure that we aren't guaranteeing.
I'm gonna ask you to work with Thomas on that, so.
Yeah.
Thomas, I haven't seen all of those, because I didn't see the staff report. I have not seen all of these conditions of approval that you have here. Are there conditions of approval that are going above and beyond what the code requires?
I think we're gonna go through all of them, Justin, and they were not in the staff report.
Okay, all right.
So we did not know what direction the council was going to go.
I'm just seeing that there's a lot of conditions of approval there beyond what we've talked about here. And there's a condition at the very bottom that says all of them must be complied with before we record a plat. That may be very difficult for some of those conditions of approval to get there. For example, the soil testing we talked about, it's gonna occur throughout.
It's just ongoing testing.
So maybe we need to go, based on what the council has said, maybe we need to go through each of the conditions and say when they need to be complied by. Because, for example, the BOR, once you guys have a reported plat, you can start selling lots. And so the town, I think, doesn't want to be in a position where the whole plan can change based on some future requirement. What I heard you say was that there are certain things that you agree they need to be complied with before you come forward.
Most
And I understand what you're saying. There might be things that can't be, but we should just tease those out so that we're all on the same page.
Totally agree. Yeah, we just, I want to be sure that we identify those before you vote.
Do you guys want me to back up here a little bit? So I don't know where you read down to.
We don't see your screen.
Very last condition, but your screen's not up there.
Yeah, I think where we left off, Thomas, was, do you have any additions?
Oh.
Clarifications, and same thing with Dennis, because we want to make sure that you kind of have you have some solid input here as to what we're writing down as conditions.
Yeah, I think I've captured what you guys have stated tonight, specifically toward the end of the meeting. We've also got some typical conditions of approval relative to subdivisions that we require for easements, et cetera. Meeting post parks, open space trail standards for the trails. I think that's pretty straightforward. Ensuring JSSD signs off. Glenn, how many townhouse designs are you proposing? I thought it was 4 different ones, but it was at least 3, I think, right?
Yeah, as far as individual unit plans,
Overall layout, not individual unit plans or square footages, kind of the design of the townhouse structure.
yeah, we have 10 or 12 different elevations or plans or building footprints.
Units that drive it.
Yeah, so it's the unit size will drive the building size, and we have 12 different unit plans of various sizes, so
Okay.
there's a lot.
Okay. That's just meeting the basic MDA requirement for less than 5,000 square feet pursuant to an ERU. Work with us on the retaining walls. Glenn, you had sent us some images. Trails, you comply with that. It's a typical condition we put in. Streetscape amenities coordinated with the town engineer. I know there were some discussions regarding street lights. Let's see, repair of the fence all along the state park line. You'll include right-of-way widths on the plats. Some minor updates to the landscape plan regarding quantity callouts and specifications. And a little bit more detail on the landscape plan. And then conditions of approval must be completed prior to recording the plat, as you just talked about. Maybe but you guys are proposing to do the plat in kind of a sub-phased.
I mean, you can back up a lot of those prior to issuing of any construction permits, and no shovels in the ground. So the BOR is done.
Well, the problem is I think there are some that can be.
Some can go.
Some of them you can kick the can on.
Yeah.
I would not recommend, I mean, any time that it could change. And the thing is that what's being approved here is your entire plat. We're not looking at phase A, or like that hasn't been presented to us. So we're looking at the whole thing. And so something like the BOR, that might change the whole layout, then we'll have a real problem if you're able to sell, I mean, you're able to sell lots. I know you're planning on doing all the development yourself, but I don't want the town, I'm just very concerned. I think it's fine to make it, if it does end up being an approval with conditions, if you kick it down too much and make it building permits, then you might have a situation where things could be sold off, and then they could be changed, and we're stuck with them. Once we sign a plat and it's recorded, it is saleable.
Yeah, all those could be pre-plat, yeah, but no question.
Except for one, two.
The BOR will be before there's any shovels in it. That big
That
one.
is the one.
That's one A.
Yours is the soil compaction.
Yeah, because that's under each footing, under each slab. We're agreeing to that, but I can't imagine we're gonna test every slab and every
No,
footing.
I would expect that would be prior to.
Building.
A building permit, so that, I agree with you, Polly, that like the Bureau of Rec, that one needs to be before. we
I mean, the
go to
big
plat.
one's the Bureau of Rec.
But like two,
So number three, number two should, we can just specifically say number two, this may occur after the plat.
Right, but prior to actual building.
Yeah.
What if the soil is not buildable? We've already sold the flat.
If the soils aren't suitable, then there'd have to be some kind of adjustment or design to the foundations, right? So that they are suitable, whether that be, I mean, I've just thrown out, I'm not saying this is what would need to be done, but I mean, you have geopiers, other things that could be used. I mean, it's, they would just have to make sure that the foundation could support the load.
Right, so if I answer the question. We pull a building permit for an actual house. Until those soil compaction tests pass, they don't pass our footings. I mean, we're not even building a house to sell until that passes.
But the lot could be sold already.
No. I mean, we can't sell a house until we have a house physically there with the C of O.
Close.
Yeah, we can't
Right,
close the house.
we can, what we could do is put a note on the plat, we could just say that for the undocumented fill, we would put a note on the plat. Regarding this condition. So that people are on notice about it.
That's kind of standard practice, Polly. I mean, it's not unusual. I mean, typically, every house that's built, they're going to look at the soils and make sure that they're suitable. And if they're not, then they have to be adjusted. Your foundation is, I mean, you kind of do an evaluation of every lot. But that's when they have plans and know where the footings are, and then they'd go and take a look at that as they're excavating. That's why the recommendation in the geotechnical report is when they're excavating for foundations, slabs on grade, pavements, that there should be a representative of the geotechnical engineer on site to verify the suitability of the soil. And I think that's pretty close to quoting the report. I may have missed a word here or there, but that's kind of the procedure.
and we're good with that, that just can't happen prior to planning.
Right, and so maybe we also have to add in that, and tell me what you think, the applicant, of that it has to say that you have to come in for an amendment if it's going to change the plat, right? I mean, that's always, that's what the town's struggling with. So yes, it can't, obviously you can't do it, you're not gonna do it before you put in the roads. So it's gonna happen contemporaneously with, but do you wanna be put on notice that you would have to come in and amend the plat if the soils don't? Cause obviously you can't build there if the soils won't allow it.
No, you can, what Dennis is saying, you just have to get it engineered in such a way that you can build it. It's not that you can't build there, this happens all the time. You just have
Wider,
to-
deeper footing.
Yeah, you have to come up with a new engineering plan, that's what you tested at the time that you're actually going to do it. And maybe you have to bring in a different type of fill or compact it differently or come up with a different system, but it doesn't render it unbuildable.
Gotcha. Dennis, do you mind kind of suggesting some language related to that?
Again, I think, if we say strictly follow the recommendations in the geotechnical report, I think it's covered because the geotechnical report essentially says that.
Okay,
And that's
so we
on the
can put
back.
that on a note in the plan.
For example, Paul, I mean, just, I had a road project and they excavated and it was some of the weirdest soils I've ever seen. It was like walking on a mattress when you got down 2 feet. The solution was over-exed, about 3 feet, had to backfill it with some, heavy cobble and then some structural fill. But yeah, then in the end of the day, we had a very good road, that's lasted for 20 plus years now. But we did encounter some very bad soils that, think about it. You have a large area, you're doing 21 samples, you're not going to find anything. They're going to encounter some bad soils. That's why each individual foundation, each lot, when they start to build, it needs to be, you need to have somebody look at it and say, okay, yeah, this is consistent with, this kind of spread footing we want to do, or we're gonna have to do something else.
Okay, sorry, thank you for explaining that. I'm not an engineer, so.
Well, Dennis, do you have any more, Thomas? Because I think we'd like to at least.
Oh, sorry. No, that was, as I looked at it, obviously I've beat the BOR stuff to death. I don't know that I need to say more about that. And I think everybody's on the same page. And then as far as, undocumented fill, again, as I think Chris said it best, there's an engineering solution. They just need to follow the recommendations in the geotechnical report. That's why they do a geotechnical report, right? So they can kind of assess what's there. And then when they get down to, actually building buildings, then then there needs to be a little bit more evaluation to make sure that what's encountered on site is consistent with what's in the geotech report.
Okay, well, given that, Holly, do you want to read this back to us from your,
Yeah.
because you'll be the final writer on some of this, so. Can you capture I've got like 13 here, but go for it.
Okay. So. Let me see, just change that around to that. Well, I think that poor Thomas is trying to make changes and do you wanna email it to me, Thomas, or you wanna pull it up again?
Either or, which is easier for you?
What would you prefer, man?
Could you email it to her so that she can make subsequent edits?
Sure.
I mean, we're basically doing this in real time, so it's probably worth it at this point of our efforts to get it right.
And I'll be able to share the screen with someone on Zoom. Sorry. Stuff in the ether.
Okay, Polly, you should have that.
All right, that's something. Oh, there we go.
So.
Do that favor, just.
You wanna take just like a 3 minute break?
Sure.
So I can go through and then,
We'll give you 3 minutes and 15 seconds, that's it.
We'll start with.
But it could be that at this time, I feel. Here.
Okay, we're back in session here, I guess. You want to, you prepared to summarize, Polly, or?
Yeah, so I just thought, so Justin just came up and had some concerns about some of the conditions of approval. And so, I just thought that we should go through them. These were things that have come up since we've been reviewing the application. And so let's just see which, what can be agreed to, what isn't agreed to. So, can you guys read this here? Is this showing? I says I'm showing screen sharing.
It's really small.
Yeah, the font's too small to read here.
Tell me, how's that?
More.
Good one. More?
Yeah, you can also zoom in yourself. Maria, you can also.
I'm
zoom in.
fine, but I do let you guys.
Can you read that? More?
That's great.
That's too much.
Too much.
No, I'll do that.
We're fine with that.
That's good for me.
You're good.
Okay. Okay. So the first one is just that we're gonna comply, make sure we're in compliance with state law, the hideout municipal, I'll put in the vested hideout municipal code and the 2010 master development agreement. Do you have any issues with that?
Where's that one?
Okay, 2, undocumented fill requirements, we've already kind of looked at this. Of the geotechnical report provided in the submittal shall be strictly followed. And should I put in the January 2024, is that the right date, so that there's no question about which report? And then I just put, there shall be a plat note reflecting this condition.
I think on the sentence before, you're missing a word. To assess the suitability or determine the suitability. Should be on site to the suitability, we need a word there.
Okay, should be,
On site to assess or guarantee,
Okay.
assure.
Sure. Thank you. Okay.
Can we
possible
change
soil-
that? Sorry, can we change that to determine the suitability?
Sure.
I like that. That's just me.
Okay.
Jonathan, no offense.
Well, I'll take your lead on this, no problem.
Should we add a line at the end making clear that this will occur after the recording of the plats? Is there?
Well, it just says there shall be a plat note reflecting this condition.
On the plat.
On the plat, do you want me to say,
No, that's not, oh, that's.
are you okay with that, or do you wanna?
It's before plat, that's fine.
Okay, possible soil contamination, additional soils testing for possible contamination should be conducted as agreed upon by the applicant and the town. Both parties will agree upon the geotechnical. Should I just say there shall be a plat note reflecting this condition on the plat, or is that gonna happen before the plat?
They'll have before we do any shovel work.
Okay,
Yeah, that needs to, yeah.
so they're saying this will happen before the plat's recorded, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so BOR, possible trespass, and we have this was based on Jonathan's. When the Bureau, reclamation provides discharge, the applicant's engineer will review and provide a letter certifying all Bureau requirements have been met on the design. Okay, so that obviously will happen before, right?
Yeah, just on the applicant, in the middle of the paragraph, the applicant will provide probably just going there.
Sorry, can you
There's
speak
a
up?
the right there, an extra the applicant will provide
Oh, thank
there
you.
we go.
A drainage. Okay, sorry. Okay, 5, wetlands, the drainage side should also remedy any disruption to the natural drainage. Replicating historical patterns for volume and flow rate.
That's good, yep.
Okay, that'll be part of 4, really. We added those
Oh, it
platinum,
should be 13, I think, not 15.
13 and not 15. Okay. Okay. Okay, the developer shall provide, evidence has sufficient dedicated or reserved water with GSSD to service the existing and proposed development phase as reflected on the plat. The applicant,
Yeah, we're not, with this one, we'll provide.
All the
There's
process.
a process set out in the MDA, there's a process set out in the MDA for providing evidence of water.
okay. So it has sufficient dedicated water as shown as required in the
As per,
2010 MDA. Okay,
I would say as outlined rather than required.
well, it's okay. Um. For the. Flat, for the,
Platted units.
for the. As required for the plat. Is that okay?
Yep.
Confirmation of sewer service from JSSD.
Our sewer service provider is actually the town, not as a retailer for JSSD.
Dennis, do you have any thoughts on this? I'm not, this isn't my. Okay, so just sewer service?
So yeah, I mean, I guess of sewer service that. I think that we should cover it, right? They have to provide confirmation.
Okay. Notes allowing for non-exclusive public utility easements in the common area shall be indicated on the plats as requested by the town engineer and GSSD. These notes designated areas must be consistent with the utility plan, including drainage easements.
So the only, we don't deal directly with JSSD, it's the town, we deal directly with the town. I know that's different for some
Okay.
developments.
All existing and required easements based on review, I'll take out GSSD here. Town engineer and town planner must be shown and recorded. Must be shown, just say shown on the plat, as that's what's being, including utility, storm drainage access, snow storage, trails, trailhead parking. All existing recorded easements and agreements shall be referenced on the plats, including entry number, book, and.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. All approved public trails and public access easements consistent with the MDA post plan and the preliminary plan presented to the planning commission in 2016 shall be shown on the plat.
We're not sure what that is.
Thomas, do you-
Parks, open space and trails post plan, it's not support, but.
Thomas, do you wanna comment on that? Are you muted? I know you switched. Hold on, I'll text him.
Oh, Polly, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, yep, ask me that question again. I couldn't quite hear you.
So the question, so we're just now up to number 11. All approved public trails, that they're asking about the parks host plan. Having to comply with that since they're saying that's not part of the 2010 MDA. I don't know if the post plan includes trails in shoreline. So
It
should that,
doesn't, the post plan was typically just to review the trails. We could remove that section because technically the MDA occurred before post, so that is true.
I'm just saying this just so we don't lose our work. Okay, applicant agrees to provide a density pod map for approval for 1107-153 of the vested code by the town council within 45 days from the date of this decision. Estimated height shall be included as part of that submitted. Okay.
Yep, that's fine.
The applicant agrees to work with the town to provide an updated detailed preliminary plan to address the changes that have been made to the preliminary plan that was approved in 2016.
Yeah, there's just a misspelling, the word agrees. Two E's on this.
Yeah, good, they didn't want it, they didn't want to do that.
Okay.
Yep.
12 different townhouse designs to ensure architectural diversity.
We have 12 different plans, but not 12 different designs.
Yeah, and I can't remember we don't know the combo.
The best code
We're talking
required
about
us
floor plan.
Yeah,
And
preliminary.
not,
and the code just requires
you're
conceptual
talking about 12 different floor
Floor
plans,
plan.
which is not at all.
about elevation.
But so based on the floor plans, that drives the elevation. So as far as the combination of which floor plans get built, changes the elevation.
And all of that really will have to comply with the DRC kind of thing. So,
I think the concern that I've heard is diversity, right? We don't want monotonous, we don't want anyone going into the wrong house and
yeah.
Getting shot.
getting shot.
But the monotony clause, it is after the 2010 vested code.
Right, that's true. So I guess we're asking for something a little bit beyond the 2010 code. I don't know if it's already.
And I think Glenn, when you submitted your packet, I think you had
2 or 4 different architectural designs, not floor plan designs. Do you remember that?
Yeah, we did. And that's already been submitted and that's all based on the smaller units. So as soon as we get into the bigger units, that will even add more diversity to that. So we'll
So
have
I
different
think you
kinds-
probably had somewhere between 2 and 4 architectural designs, different materials, different facade designs, not just sizes. I think that was correct, right? I think we had talked about this quite some time ago.
Yeah, the only thing we changed there is taking out the 12. I mean, you just changed it to 12 floor plans with multiple
changed,
elevations.
We don't know what will sell, so we
I
can
don't-
say 7 to 12.
Yeah, sure, 12.
Well, the first
Well,
version is 3.
So there's 2 different things. So there's floor plans and there's design. And I think you had 2 different designs. And I think or 2 to 4. And I think that's what we were trying to get an increase
We'll
in.
easily have 3 to 4 different design elevations and color schemes, easy, so you could put that in there.
That's what we had to start.
I can
Yeah.
put 4?
And I know the council's familiar with this. We do answer to the DRC. And we don't ever get to meet them.
Yes,
We send them plans and materials and,
just like everyone else.
Yeah.
Right?
the black box.
Yep,
Yeah,
and it's all through the mail, right?
you don't get to meet them.
No.
Smoke signals. And that's who,
Okay, so, and we can call them townhouse plans? Sure. Okay, all proposed unit, part of phase 4 will contain less than 5,000 square feet. That's something in the vested code. Because anything over 5,000 square feet is more than a ERU. Is that a problem? Okay, prior to the award of any construction permits, the applicant agrees to coordinate with the town planner and town engineer and settle on a final design, material selection, and landscaping standard for the tiered retaining walls associated with the project. So basically, before building permit, you're going, or construction permit, you're gonna coordinate with us on how those retaining walls.
Yeah, and that's already been submitted, all the engineering, retaining walls are submitted.
Per vested code.
Yeah, per vested code.
Okay.
Yeah,
And this is not just about the heights of the walls. It's also materiality and landscaping as well.
Yeah, it'll comply per vested code.
Okay. Trails. Proposed trails have not been proposed or detailed and must be completed for phase 4.
They're on the landscaping plans, all the trails.
Okay, so you're
And there's a
okay,
note on it's already been provided.
okay,
That doesn't really need to be a contingent, it's already on landscaping plans along with widths and materials.
Yeah, Thomas, did you have a problem finding that? Because I know that we talked about it.
No, we found it. That was on there. We just wanted to confirm that it'll tie into the other trails, similar decomposed granite or crushed gravel material. That was not noted on there. We just wanted to clarify that that's pretty typical condition for most subdivisions.
okay, streetscape amenities, that will be provided prior to any construction permits.
Yeah, once more per the vested code.
And, okay, Justin, you said this applicant agrees to coordinate with the town planner, town engineer, and the state park to replace the fence between shoreline development and the state park that has been destroyed as a result of the site development work. Thomas,
Yeah,
do you
yeah,
wanna speak to that? Or do you guys have a problem?
I think that we've worked with Glenn a little bit in the past because the fence that is between the state park and, in this case, shoreline phase 3, for example, has been destroyed, and we're working with Glenn to replace it. The same issue will apply to for all of that area has been graded and the
Yeah.
fence is essentially gone.
And that may or may not, it probably wasn't our fault. I know people go out the wire cutters, but we'll get it fixed.
A lot of it was the dirt and the gravel that was dumped and then rolled and then that
Yeah,
pushed the fence over.
Getting the.
There's steps there. I mean, people are, guess what? It's gonna get cut again.
Yeah. We'll take care of it.
Okay, and then, right of way widths shall be included on the plats. Do you have a problem with that?
No.
Updated landscape plan shall be provided, include street trees.
We've already submitted that, but yeah.
Okay,
Have you read through
the
this?
applicant submitted a landscape plan with some specific planting. Okay, we might require additional stuff. And then, so we have number 23. One other one that I'm just thinking of as we're going through this is also, I recall at the last meeting, there was some discussion in terms of amenities that were going to be provided. And there was something about that the clubhouse,
Yeah, by the 100th house.
By the 100th closing.
so that should be reflected in here. You promised that at the last.
Yes.
If you, I can find my notes from that last
You
meeting.
can find your notes, you just had it.
So I'm gonna add in, your stuff. I might have to
Somebody has to go in.
right, I don't have it off the top of my head, but requirement that clubhouse is complete.
I think it's already breaking ground, isn't it, Clive?
I thought that was some discussion. I think you said.
I think that was the question, was whether it was under construction, built, or to
And
what
I
percent.
think in
I think that was
fairness-
the,
Yeah, because someone could break ground and the fair say, oh, we broke ground, and meet that requirement. So we'll commit that it's up before the 100th unit is closed. That it's received a certificate of occupancy through the town.
Could I ask a question here about that amenity? I have heard from a number of constituents that don't want the pool. They don't, because eventually it's gonna be turned over to shoreline owners to pay for. And the maintenance on it and the insurance on it is going to be very high. And there's a lot of people who feel that they won't use a pool. And I mean, is that absolutely something that has to go in? Or will you listen to
Yeah,
residents?
we will absolutely listen. We do own quite a few pools. And the maintenance and the operation of the pools is not excessive. We haven't seen our insurance rates jump because we have pools. But if there was if the majority of the residents said, we don't want a pool, it wouldn't benefit us to put a pool in because we're not the ones using it. It is for the residents, so
Right.
we do listen. But no, we haven't polled, at that point, if we had, 350 residents, we haven't asked them whether or not they would use the pool. And on with the pool, we have learned with our other communities, the deck is what gets used and not the pool. And they have the pool, they like to look at the pool, but it's not much time is spent in the pool. It's the larger pool decks that actually are more important than the pool.
And what about also considering having the pool available to all the people in the town of Hideout? And that Hideout takes over the expense of it?
And that's
Is that a
something, because we turn it over, yeah, Carol, we will turn it over to the HOA. If that's something the HOA wants to do, that's something they can decide.
And that we would have, the HOAs would have to work with the town.
Yeah.
Okay. And then along those lines, let me pull this up again. But I just wanted to make sure, so and some of this has to do with conditions or with the CCNRs of, who's responsible for the clubhouse? Is it the master shoreline HOA?
Correct.
Okay.
Does that exist yet?
Yeah.
Yes.
The master shoreline HOA exists?
Yeah, so there's the hideout
Oh, yeah,
HOA,
you have
and then
three.
there's the shoreline master HOA, and then each phase has its own HOA.
And then.
That's a lot of money, that's a lot of overhead.
It's the way
What
that-
does the master shoreline HOA do?
It's mainly for the village center going up, you know, because we've left Dead Man's open, so all that open space, all the trails, everything that goes up into there will be the master HOA. And then the existing 2.5 acre park is also maintained by the master HOA.
Okay, is there a management company then?
Yeah.
So does the council want me to put how the clubhouse is gonna be managed, or just leave that, that's kind of a private matter for the subdivision?
It's already recorded in the CCNRs.
Yeah,
Okay.
for the master.
They're already
HOA.
recorded and done,
Okay,
and they've already been submitted to all the CCNRs.
okay, we don't approve CCNRs, that's all. So the last thing I just had from my notes was, and some that was kind of discussed here, is just having so that the town has clear expectations in terms of sub-phasing. It sounds like you're thinking about sub-phasing, like how, and maybe also that you're gonna abide by a construction mitigation plan. That's a very typical requirement, so that we can help alleviate, you know, help manage construction in the area. Are you planning on sub-phasing or?
Isn't
Yeah,
that what we
yes.
saw, the sub-phasing? We saw that on the three colored boxes.
So do we wanna include that in or not?
No,
I don't know
it
why
may
I-
change, we may go quicker than, depending on the market.
What about things like mitigating dust and all the nuisances that
Yeah,
residents?
that's already in the.
It's in the permitting
building
process.
It's already there?
Process, yeah.
Okay. You just said you'll abide by a construction mitigation plan.
Yeah.
Okay,
And we could.
I think that's everything.
It
Dennis,
is
Thomas?
a little confusing where we have the, I mean, I understand it, and that all conditions of approval must be completed prior to recording the plat, like 24 is not gonna be completed prior to recording the plat.
And yeah, neither will the clubhouse won't be done
23
before.
and 22. I
recording
don't
the
know
first
if
plat.
I'll just put on those, a plat, shall. Plat. Okay,
Yeah.
Leaving 25, it's a little ambiguous.
Not 25, 20.
All conditions must be completed prior to recording the plat.
well, if it says that there has to be a plat note, then that would be on the plat. So you would be able to abide by that in recording the plat. Okay. How about that?
Very more weird.
Or just to read it out loud, all conditions of approval must be completed or noted as required herein prior to recording the plan.
Do we really want 25 conditions for this? Seriously?
You should see
Do you
them.
wanna try, I mean, it's up to you, but if you,
I'm just saying that, like, you know, good lord, I mean, that's 2.5 pages of like conditions for something.
That's exactly right.
It's the only way it's gonna get approved, so.
We're okay.
All right.
So you guys are okay with all 25 and the way they're written?
I need to see the BOR thing again. That's the one hang up. So,
It is understood that nothing's gonna happen until the BOR
Yeah,
clears
nothing
it,
will
right?
happen before the BOR signs off.
So otherwise, we're gonna have the feds climbing
Yeah.
all over us, you don't want that.
So I like to turn not one shovel, we'll go have
Yeah.
before the BOR.
Right.
Typically, we also put an expiration for approvals. I don't recall, I think it was 1 year in the vested code,
And then you can get a continuance.
and then you can get a continuous. So shall I just wanted to highlight that for you. I don't have to put it in the conditions.
We know that, yeah,
Yeah.
we know that.
The BOR is gonna be the.
Okay.
When they decide to wake up, answer us.
Yours should be number one.
One or two.
Can we all reread that? I think that's a good one.
You wanna move number 4 to number 1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine, but, you know.
Make it recite way.
You think the word town should be the town's apostrophe S? The towns and the bureau's engineer?
Well, that would be the grammatic.
It just says by the town.
Town, right. Sorry, apostrophe, yes.
Did you want me to scroll down at all, or?
Might want to reread it, since
Okay,
it's
the
so
number one.
critical to everyone here.
Okay, the Bureau of Reclamation, possible trespass. When the Bureau of Reclamation provides stormwater requirements for discharge from the project area, applicant's engineer will review the drainage design and plans and provide a letter certifying all Bureau requirements have been met in the design. The applicant will provide a drainage report and plans explaining how the Bureau of Reclamation requirements were met. The drainage plan and report will be reviewed and evaluated by the town and the Bureau's engineers. The BOR and or their designated entity shall provide certification that the system meets all of their requirements.
Kind of just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
Well, there's 5 attorneys looking at this, so I'm not sure which I should. Two there,
I agree with Carol that there should
two
be-
there, you know, so.
There should be a possessive S on top.
Yeah, he's right,
Okay.
he's right.
Okay.
Grammarian and.
You hear that? It should be town apostrophe S.
Correct.
Oh, Jan's an attorney too, we'll make that 6.
Right?
All right, is everybody happy? Or is it motion time?
Should we make a motion? Go for it.
All right. I move that we conditionally approve the applicant's application, subject to the 25 contingencies that we have negotiated here this evening.
Second.
Chris,
First of all, I want to commend everybody for putting this together. It's a comprehensive list. I love the list. It's great. I am still struggling with the Bureau of Reclamation. We do not know what their requirements are.
Well, they're gonna tell us at some point, and the applicant is gonna have to comply with whatever it is that BOR requires, period. End of
Then they have
story.
to come back to us.
Oh.
No, they never come back to us. What if they have to move the clubhouse? What if they have to have a bigger retention detention system, that takes away units and then reconfigure streets.
So, one thing that was kind of mentioned earlier that maybe is, do we put something in to number one that says, if the design has to change, the developer has to come back to amend, reapply or amend their proposal.
That would perhaps suffice if they'll agree to it.
I think it has to be a substantial change or a material change. If it's just upsizing a pipe. I don't
Or
wanna
if
come
it's just
back
a
and do
detention
this.
basin.
No, but if it's changing the layout of the
Yeah.
plat,
Yeah, if we're modifying
If any
streets or changing density.
If any
That's-
roads need to be
that's a
modified,
principle.
that'd be something. I mean, the only thing that
What
really,
else is substantial besides moving a road?
the only thing that really happened is we might drop a unit or a building to enlarge the detention basin.
Is that a substantial change or not?
Well, it seems like that would be,
Anything
possibility,
changing,
making it
anything
smaller.
changing density, anything changing road configurations, those are all substantive changes.
Okay, so if it changes density or road configuration or
Increasing density.
it should be, if it increases. the floor
Yeah, if we lose some homes, that's, I think that's more open space, yeah.
I don't think we'll complain if they reduce the number of homes.
Just say,
let's agree on what.
on road reconfiguration.
Is there anything engineering, if
Significant
Dennis is
road
familiar or Thomas, that you would consider substantial change? Moving the clubhouse, is that substantial?
That won't happen.
Just asking, is that?
Well, yeah, it would be, but that there's, I mean, all they care about is discharging water, that's it. We don't need that.
I'm just asking Thomas and Dennis, is there anything else?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it. I don't know.
It's late for all of us, Dennis.
Yeah, no. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I mean, that it was somebody test that like, loss of or, reduction in the number of units or something. I don't know, but
There's,
yeah,
there's a
I mean, I'm sorry, what was that?
Sorry, I was just to say, there's a standard in the law for when you have to amend a plat, like if a substantive change, substantial claims results in amendment.
Maybe, yeah.
Is it written down somewhere that we can reference? I just wanna make, cause we've been in a situation before where we put something like substantive change or, significant completion of whatever, and it's vague. That ultimately we don't agree what it means. I just wanna know, I just want us to be as clear as possible what it means.
It's so difficult to be clear because there's so many different ways that you can arise to it. That's why attorneys always use fallback language like some substantive or material and.
Except it doesn't work when it happens in real life, and then you don't know where to draw the line.
Well, we're either gonna have to go something like substantive or material, or we're gonna have to have a list, it seems. So if you wanna list what, a change in a street, a change in the location of a building, a change in the location of a park. I mean, how far do you wanna go down that list?
I mean, those are all impactful changes.
So I have, if the BOR requires a change to road configuration or amending or the layout of the plat, the applicant shall amend or reapply for the subdivision plat.
I mean, I think it's just impossible to make a list. I mean, if it is defined by statute somewhere, what a substantive change is, that would be helpful. I don't know how you make a list because then, you're gonna miss something.
It's always gonna be but not limited to, so then it becomes vague from
I
that.
guess you could add that, but then that's, I don't know.
Yeah.
You could say if the Bureau requires a substantive change to the plat.
The Bureau won't require it.
If
the Bureau's requirements
will cause.
trigger a substantive change to the plat, such as road reconfiguration, density reallocation,
structure movement.
yeah, or a change to the layout.
Yeah, I think that I like such as because it gives us a little wiggle room, I guess. I'm not an attorney, but my brother is. I'm smarter than him, but
Nice, Dennis.
I'm muting you.
So I would change BOR to if the Bureau recommendation or the Bureau consistent with above. If the Bureau
Requires a change
Bureau,
that triggers.
and I would possess it, if the Bureau's requirements.
Necessitate.
Well, cause I mean, if we're gonna be
BOR apostrophe.
it's already BOR is defined at the first.
So, well, then should we do that throughout? I mean, I don't really care, it's just.
Yeah, I'm not doing that now, so.
Alright,
Okay, that's.
Yeah, my thought on it is so that we're not back in front of you, because your time is precious. If the change if we were somehow adding units, or if we, let's say that road, the hammerhead where the detention basin goes, if that had to shift 6 feet, that isn't changing anything. If we drop homes to increase, because the Bureau's concern is discharge. And it really is in all of the detention basins that we've built, there's just an orifice. And the engineers say, how much can leave? And so once the water flow exceeds that orifice, it starts to back up. And then as it subsides, as the storm subsides, then the basin starts, because the orifice is at the bottom in a pipe. So the Bureau, the thing that could happen is we need a bigger detention basin. You've got to make that orifice smaller, so you need to detain more water in a 100-year storm. In that case, we would drop homes. But if we're dropping homes, the need to come back would seem burden us on the because we've dropped homes. You have more open space now.
I know, but you would still be, you'd have to come back so that you could use that density elsewhere, because you're not gonna give up that I mean, unless you wanna write off that density, it's to protect you as well. I would think that if there's a major change, if there's a change to the subdivision plan, even if it's moving a street 6 feet, that's the layout that you're selling to your future homeowners.
Sure, but in this case, we don't have a plat. I mean, there's not a recorded plat where.
But you can't just change like, the mayor won't have the authority to sign off on the plat, and legal counsel won't sign off on the plat if it doesn't match what is presented, what you have presented here. So it might just be, it'll be a pretty.
Change.
It would just be, it would be pretty straightforward if it's just, it wouldn't be a long.
Yeah, just come back and
Fix it, and then so everyone knows what it is, so we don't have,
Cause if we change our storm system design, but it doesn't change anything on the plat, then there's no reason to come back.
then you don't have to come back.
But if you have to make a substantive change to the plat, then I think we come back. That's why I would just keep it as. If the substitution if the BOR's requirements necessitate a substantive change to the plat, must return to the town council for approval.
Do we live with that?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
So a substantive change, cause
If the BOR's requirements necessitate a substantive change to the plat.
I just want you to tell me what a substance.
It's all of the things we just said.
Is it in?
If it doesn't look like the plat,
Is it in state?
yes.
Defining what substance?
Yeah, in the final subdivision code provision of the plat.
It says what substance?
Yep, and then there's case law defining that as well, what substantive means. Really, it's just any modification to the actual plat itself, right? Not See anything else?
Well, how about that, a modification to the plat,
That's fine.
including. Such items. Okay, how about that?
That's fine. Yep.
Making sausage.
Are we now back to voting?
We're good.
Good as we're gonna get, I suppose.
The best bars in Park City are gonna close in 15 minutes.
Well, we heard, let's see, there was a motion, right, by Jonathan and seconded by JD. And then it went over to Chris and
Right, so then you say, are there any comments on the motion?
are there,
Yeah,
Are there any
Chris has one, I don't know if anyone else.
Do you want to have any other comments on the condition?
So then you vote.
well, Jonathan, you wanna start again?
Are we voting or am I motioning again?
I think we're motioning, make sure that we're
Okay.
motioning with the changes.
All right,
We now just had some additional edits and so to speak.
fair enough, starting over. I make a motion that we approve the application contingent upon the 25 contingencies that we have negotiated here this evening.
Second.
Chris,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
okay? That's amazing.
Wait.
Don't I get
to go on the record?
Oh, sorry, you know,
You just made an assumption, man.
I just,
Yeah, whatever.
It's all right. What happened?
Yes, I'm affirming, yeah.
Yes, and so am I. I'm a yes.
This is a miracle that this went for.
Thank you, guys.
Wow, congratulations.
Apologies, this is this.
Yeah. That's work. Good job. Wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you know, you can have the back. That's the part of your war movie. You gotta have that. You can see how.
Yeah.
Our meeting's adjourned 10:48. Does that right?
No, man.
Yeah.
We still need to adjourn.
Yes.
Yeah.
So is there a motion to?
Sure.
Yeah, there's a big motion to it.
Second, all in favor?
Yeah.
Vote on the motion to adjourn.
Yes. Yeah, I said,
All in
yeah.
favor?
The other, there's. Kind of our business unit. Style apartment. I don't think it over. Thank you very much.
Right,
Yeah, we.
Anything else you need to know? Oh,
Conversation.
2010.
Yeah.
Okay, so our first meeting was in the construction.
I understand the issue. I say.
Planning commission staff, cell phones. Period. Hanging up your leads.
Everything.
Yeah.
All others.
Yeah.